If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Finding the Broken Cowboy by Cassidy Hanton. Chapter 1. New York, 1886. For the 100th time, she tugged on her white gloves, making sure they stayed tight. The problem wasn't the gloves. Fixing them was just a nervous tic she adopted as a small girl. The simple act of tugging gloves or straightening her perfect skirt helped her whenever she felt restless or troubled. She figured if she looked immaculate, she would feel balanced as well. But that evening, those rituals didn't help at all. A full-length mirror stood in the corner of her room. She looked at her reflection and pouted. "Elaine, I do not like this hat." Elaine was Beatrice Foster's elderly governess. Their relationship was close enough that Beatrice could count on Elaine not to placate her. "I think it looks rather lovely, dear." Beatrice pointed in the mirror and scowled. "I look like a child." Elaine ran a comb through the dandelion-colored locks, then grabbed a small, delicate hat and centered it atop Beatrice's head. This made her cheeks more apparent. "Why, I look like a cherub." It was rather ridiculous. After all, she had just celebrated her 22nd birthday. She wasn't a child anymore. She wanted to look like the young woman she was, not some porcelain doll. She frowned in the mirror. Elaine was trying to be patient. "Would you like me to fetch you another one?" Beatrice could count on Elaine being calm, and she was grateful to have this kind, reassuring woman as her teacher and consort. She softened her voice. "If you would be so kind." It wasn't a surprise that Elaine would scurry off to do her bidding. The hat wasn't the problem, nor were the gloves. Or the rest of the attire. For that matter. The problem was her mind. Beatrice felt troubled. By happenstance, she had overheard something she shouldn't have. And now, apparently, it was all she could think about. "You are a mad woman, Beatrice," she told her reflection, as she pondered about everything. Beatrice tried to remember how it all took place. That morning, she woke up stiff as a log in her favorite reading chair in the library. After sending Elaine away to retire for the night, Beatrice stayed up too late reading one of her father's most recent acquisitions. She adored reading any books she could get her hands on, and like many nights before, she seemingly fell asleep once tiredness overcame her. Benjamin Foster was a newspaper owner in the city of New York and a vivid reader as well. Somehow, he passed along that all-consuming passion and love down to his only child. There was something ethereal, almost divine, in the lines of great authors. And to be immersed in their writings gave Beatrice so much pleasure and joy. Even though she would get scolded by her mother for looking so drained and pale again, Beatrice found the exchange worthwhile. She could hear hushed voices from the other side of the walls, which meant the household was fully awake. Yet, one voice was more distinct than the others. She slightly turned toward the back door and smiled. Her father was already in his study. He preferred to do some business at home first thing in the morning before going to work. That way he could spend a few precious moments with his daughter and wife during the day. He made sure he was always home in time to have dinner with his wife and daughter, but often he was home even before that, and then he and Beatrice would play some chess together or go for walks with her mother. Benjamin Foster was a devoted husband and the best father a young woman could possibly want or need. Beatrice stood up, somewhat awkwardly. Today her body did not like movement one bit. And when she stretched, she could hear some of her joints popping in protest. But at the same time, it felt splendid to move. So she continued stretching. A part of her warned she ought to stop spending her nights in a chair or she would end up looking all distorted and wry like the man she saw selling and fixing clocks down at the city's market. "Yes, I may end up like that. But I would be happy," she replied to herself cheerfully. Beatrice started walking toward the door of her father's study to say good morning to him, trying to unwrinkle her garments along the way to the best of her abilities. Without much success. Not that her father wouldn't know what she was up to at first glance, when she paused. She recognized the distinct scent of very expensive and rare tobacco in the air. It tickled her nose with its sweet smell. Her father never smoked, much to the disdain of his friends. So the familiar whiff could mean only one thing. Uncle Eaton, their family lawyer and a dear friend of the family, was in there with him. "What's with the limp, old friend?" Beatrice could hear her father making the inquiry. "Oh, nothing, just a silly accident," Uncle John replied instantly, proving Beatrice right. "But I do believe I look more dashing with this cane," he continued lightly. "What do you think?" Beatrice could just picture him striking a pose, and she stifled a laugh. On the other hand, her father laughed wholeheartedly. "That you do," he replied eventually. Once the two men settled, they moved straight to business. Beatrice had fully intended to leave and not eavesdrop. But something said was catching her attention and preventing her legs from moving. "I did everything you asked of me, Benjamin. It is done. Here is your copy," Mr. Leedon said. "But are you sure that was the right thing to do?" he challenged. "I know we had this conversation before." Of course, her father's robust voice prevented the lawyer from saying anything else. "Beatrice is my only child and she deserves to be the sole heir of every cent I earned in my lifetime." Beatrice recoiled upon hearing that. "Me? He wants me to inherit everything?" Her mind started spinning like a merry-go-round. Benjamin Foster was a self-made man. In their society, people considered them nouveau riche type of people. But they were still well respected and accepted. That being said, even though she wasn't familiar with their state of affairs, she knew the inheritance must be rather substantial. To be in charge of all that felt impossible to her, and she held her breath to stay quiet. "Don't you think her husband should look after everything once she gets married?" Uncle John tried again. "A husband?" Benjamin Foster objected. "Never. Everything will still be hers and her children's after she gets married. Every man should earn his own wealth, not depend on his wife's." Her father was adamant, and she loved him for it. Her father was known for having very progressive thoughts. Beatrice presumed that was due to the fact that he worked with the best of people, intellectuals, while running the papers. But still, this dictate surprised even her. In a good way, of course. "Maybe you're right," Uncle John finally said, thereby ending the discussion. Beatrice knew nothing about news, let alone how to begin to run one of the most prestigious papers in the city of New York and beyond. For that matter, the mere thought of being responsible for everything gave her the shakes. "Oh, snap out of it, Beatrice Elizabeth Foster. Will you?" Beatrice heard the tiny voice in her head go off again. "This is the new era. And women are capable of doing everything men already do. None of them was born knowledgeable. Besides, if she managed to learn to play chess with her father, and write with both hands in cursive for sheer amusement, she could most certainly learn the ins and outs of a prosperous business. With time, of course." And that thought calmed her down even further. "So, I will learn," she tried to convince herself. Beatrice very much hoped her father would have a long and flourishing life, and she would do her best to learn from him everything she needed about his special brand of craft. She would be of great assistance to him and never a burden. If he entrusted this unto her, then she was going to honor it with due diligence and make him proud. Elaine now returned with the replacement hat and Beatrice had to smile, temporarily forgetting about everything else. That woman really knew her the best. Looking at the lavish blue hat Elaine presented her with, Beatrice approved. "I think that one will go just nicely with the rest of my assembly." "I thought so, too," Elaine replied. "Miss Beatrice?" Elaine continued, stopping Beatrice from pulling the pins that were holding her current hat on. She asked absent-mindedly. "Your father is calling for you." Elaine informed her, and only when she mentioned it did Beatrice hear her father's voice. "I must be awfully late," Beatrice scolded herself. She immediately left her room and leaned over the balcony to look at the great entrance below where her father stood with her mother. Sarah Foster, her dear mother, was dressed immaculately and lovely as ever. Her father was quite dashing as well. They looked such a handsome pair dressed in their finest for the family outing. "Yes, Daddy?" Beatrice asked. He looked up and a smile appeared on his stern face. "Are you done dressing up, my dear?" he inquired. "We really don't want to miss the first act." Beatrice nodded. "Almost. I just need to change my hat," she informed in all seriousness. "I think that one looks beautiful on you," her father replied. Beatrice smiled in return, sending him a kiss. "Then I shall leave it on. For you," she replied. While she descended, he placed her kiss over his heart and bowed ever so slightly. That was something they did from time to time, ever since she was a little girl. She really loved her father dearly and with all her heart. Beatrice couldn't fathom she could ever love another man in the future with the same intensity. Even though she secretly hoped she would. She loved her mother as well. But it was a slightly different thing. Overall, she loved her life very much. But in the quiet of her bedroom, she sometimes wished it was a bit more adventurous. The moment the three of them stepped outside and started walking a short distance toward their carriage, a maid appeared in front of Beatrice, startling her. "Good evening, miss." She curtsied. The maid looked a bit flushed as if embarrassed to be there. Tightly wrapped inside her shawl. "Mary Luce?" Beatrice recognized her immediately. "Is everything all right?" Mary Luce was a maid of her dear friend Marigold Thompson. The maid started nodding vigorously. "Oh, yes, miss, but mistress told me to give you this." She presented Beatrice with a personally written note. Her father looked at her with interest and slight amusement as she read the note. Marigold asked her to come to her house at once. "I can't excuse myself now," Beatrice thought to herself in exasperation. Beatrice paused before replying. "Tell your miss that I cannot comply with her request at the moment. But I will make sure to call on her tomorrow." Mary Luce looked like she wanted to say something in return and Beatrice understood why. Marigold could be quite tenacious at times. Still, this was pretty out of character. Even for her. Which made Beatrice slightly worried about her friend. Did something happen? She had to wonder. "What is it, my dear?" her father wanted to know. "Oh, nothing. Marigold just wants to see me." "It's quite all right, my dear. You can go." "Benjamin." Her mother protested, but Beatrice was focused on her father. Beatrice looked into her father's eyes. "Are you sure?" And he smiled at her. "Of course. Go and take care of your friend," he encouraged. "But what about the play?" He just waved with his hand as if that was of no concern to him. "Go and see Marigold. You can join us later." Beatrice liked that idea very much. "All right, Daddy. Just don't overstay your welcome," her mother cautioned. After kissing her parents on the cheek goodbye, Beatrice gestured Mary Luce to follow her. A part of her was actually quite curious to see what this was all about. With Marigold, you could never tell. She was her best friend in the entire world ever since they were little, and Beatrice loved her profoundly. But sometimes she had such a flair for the dramatics. Once there was a time she refused to leave her room for an entire week. Simply because she saw another girl in the park dressed in the same dress she wore. Beatrice altered the attire herself then, even though Marigold wanted to throw it away. So her friend could look one of a kind in it, which made Marigold quite happy. Swiftly, the two girls arrived at the Thompson residence. It wasn't that long of a stroll since the two families were neighbors. Marigold greeted her by the door and hugged her profusely without preamble. Beatrice was startled by the suddenness of her actions but returned the gesture in kind. "Are you all right?" Beatrice wanted to know. "I am marvelous." Marigold sing-songed, still refusing to let go. "What on earth is going on, Marigold?" Beatrice prompted. "I was on my way to the theater when you dragged me here." Marigold sighed. "I saved you from watching that same boring thing again." Beatrice actually liked watching that same boring thing but held her tongue. "Will you please tell me what is going on?" Beatrice tried again. Finally, Marigold released her, and her smile was radiant. Marigold was always cheerful, but Beatrice never saw her like this before. Beatrice presumed she had some very fortunate news to share with her. Her high spirit made Beatrice smile in return. "Oh, Beatrice!" Marigold exclaimed. "I'm so happy, I could just burst from joy," she announced. She took both her hands with hers, moving them toward the parlor. "You are the first one I wanted to share my news with. So please, do." The suspense was killing Beatrice. Marigold practically jumped with joy as she continued speaking. "Captain Archer is going to propose to me at Milton's ball." She squealed with delight, clearly overcome with joy. And Beatrice was right there with her. "Oh, Goldie. I am so very happy for you," Beatrice replied, using a pet name for her friend. Still, there was a fleeting thought that saddened her. Even though she was more than happy for her friend, she still felt like she was losing her. Because after today, nothing could be the same between them. Chapter 2. Beatrice immediately felt guilty for having such foolish thoughts. Of course they would be the best of friends forever. Always in each other's lives. Marigold is getting married. Beatrice still couldn't believe it. And yet, it fit perfectly with her friend's character. Ever since they were little, she dreamed about a lavish wedding. On many occasions, Beatrice played the dashing prince that would come and ask for her hand in marriage. And now, that child's fantasy is becoming a reality. "I'm so very happy for you, Marigold," Beatrice said in all sincerity. "Me too," Marigold beamed. She spent the next half hour telling Beatrice everything about the dear Captain Archer as if that was the first time she heard about the man and had not already known him. Beatrice did not mind. It was joyous to her to see Marigold that happy. "And he didn't look nervous at all speaking with my father." Marigold continued with her narrative, unaware of her little musings. And it didn't strike Beatrice as odd that all of this transpired. Captain Archer and Marigold had been courting for quite some time now, and were seen together in many locations, all over the city. "Mother bought me the most marvelous dress to wear for that ball. I'm so happy for you, Marigold." Beatrice felt the need to repeat her sentiment. "For the both of you. I'm certain your life together will be most fortunate," and that was no empty phrase. Beatrice never imagined two people more fitted to be together. Apart from her own parents, of course. Marigold was a bit capricious yet lovely, and he was kind and patient. They complemented one another perfectly. Marigold smiled hearing her say that. "Thank you, my friend," she said with wet eyes, hugging her again. "I think we will be happy as well. But you have to promise me you will visit us all the time," she added sternly. And Beatrice nodded. "Of course," she promised without a thought. "Oh Beatrice. Once you wed as well. We will have so much fun together. I don't even have a suitor yet." Beatrice rebelled without actual heat in her words. "You will." Marigold was adamant. Releasing her, she looked her in the eyes. The smile still decorated her beautiful, youthful face. "I can just picture it. Going to parties. Raising our children together." And Beatrice wanted to agree with her friend, yet something was holding her back. Checking the time, Beatrice discovered she would be terribly late if she didn't say goodbye to Marigold and depart at once. After expressing her joy once again and offering congratulations on her future engagement, Beatrice added some goodbyes and dashed toward the waiting carriage, courtesy of the Thompson family. One carriage ride later, she was rushing up the stairs to enter the lavish building, which was very unladylike of her. Every once in a while, she had to stop and greet a person she encountered, usually a friend of the family or distant acquaintance, which was unfortunate at a time like this. "Mother is going to kill me," Beatrice fretted. Checking the time again, she was very pleased to see that she was actually coming just in time for the second act. Maybe her imminent demise would be postponed. Her father and mother always sat in the same place, at the east part of the balconies, so Beatrice navigated toward it without losing her stride. She was starting to get a bit flushed, so she took a few deep breaths, making sure she still looked proper before facing her parents. Suddenly, two loud bangs reverberated through the theater, followed by various screams. Beatrice's already racing heart started to pound even wilder. What was that? Part of the play? No, it couldn't be. She banished that thought immediately. The uproar of people emerged from all of parts, running through the doors of the theater hall in a panic. Complete chaos ensued. She couldn't hear what some were saying because all the people were speaking, shouting even at the same time. But the scene in front of her was enough to fill her with dread. Something bad had happened. She was sure of that. As if possessed, she started running again. And not in the direction other people were running. They were trying to get away. Beatrice, on the other hand, ran deeper inside, trying to find her parents. She was out of breath and frightened while coming to the upper level of the building. The crème de la crème of the high society ran like scared mice from these parts as well. "Mom! Dad!" Beatrice called out to them. "Where are they?" She panicked. Did she miss them coming here? She didn't think so. Her mind raced as she headed for their section. Out of nowhere, she felt a hand on her upper arm, preventing her from moving forward. She turned, only to see an old gentleman staring back at her. "Don't go there," he warned, his eyes wild with fear. "He might still be here." "Who?" Beatrice asked, matching his levels of anxiety. "The killer." "The killer? Does that mean someone is dead?" Beatrice didn't even want to think about something that horrible. She needed to find her parents and get away from this place with the rest of the audience. But for that to happen she had to act, not chit-chat. Beatrice broke the contact, and not so gently. "I have to find my parents," she replied, mostly to her own benefit. "Come with me." He ignored her words, yet she took a step away from him. "No," she snapped. The gentleman frowned as if she suddenly spoke in a foreign tongue. Then, he swept his arms toward the entrance. "Suit yourself." He spat back before scurrying away. But Beatrice didn't hold that against him. People acted differently while under pressure. Forgetting about that encounter almost instantly, Beatrice continued with her search. "Mom! Dad!" She tried again. "Where are you?" People were still screaming around her. Yet she ignored all that chaos as she finally reached the family lodge. She couldn't explain why she hesitated in front of it. "Mom? Dad?" she said more softly this time. "Oh, get hold of yourself, Beatrice, this is not the time to be faint-hearted." Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the rich velvety red curtain and pulled it away. Entering, relief washed over her, seeing her parents still at their seats. That confused her a little at the same time. "Mom, Dad, what on earth are you still doing here?" she said in one breath, running the short distance to face them. "We need to go." But all future words died on her lips. What she saw petrified her. Yet, the state didn't last. "No. Beatrice started screaming from the top of her lungs. And couldn't stop. This can't be happening. This is not real. It can't be. Yet she couldn't deny reality. Because in front of her, in the seats, still dressed as she saw them last a mere hour ago, in their best attire, were her parents. But they were not moving. Their eyes wide open. And grimacing as if experiencing utter pain. As red blood dripped from their bodies on the carpet below, staining it all around them. They were dead. The shots she heard that caused everyone to leave in fright had ended their lives. No! She screamed again, coming to her father. Daddy, Daddy, please wake up. She pleaded, shaking him vigorously. Daddy, please! Beatrice was hysterical and all her efforts were in vain. With vision that was starting to blur from tears she wasn't even aware she was shedding. She went to her mother next. Her beautiful, graceful mother looked so unnatural sprawled across her seat. She would never allow herself such poor posture. Beatrice fell to the floor next to her feet. Her once impeccable dress she chose with such care that same evening getting stained with her mother's blood. Mom! Look at me. Please be all right. Her voice cracked, kissing her mother's hand that was already starting to get cold. Beatrice couldn't bear this. She wanted to follow them even in death. We have to go, miss. Elaine appeared seemingly out of nowhere, pulling Beatrice up onto her feet quite effortlessly as if she weighed nothing. She didn't feel light. Her heart was full of stones, pressing her, making it difficult to breathe. What are you doing here? Beatrice asked in all seriousness as if that was of the utmost importance at the moment. I came to bring you your evening shawl, thinking it would be too cold on the way back. She explained in a rush. Come on, we have to leave this place immediately. Elaine insisted. No. Beatrice rebelled. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to leave them, not here. Not like this. All alone and so publicly. On display. She continued to struggle until Elaine clearly lost her patience with her and stopped to face her. Stop it! She snapped. Whoever killed your parents might still be here. That piece of information actually worked. She hasn't considered that. Beatrice stilled. Not that she cared. She wanted to die as well. She couldn't bear the thought of a world without her parents. A world where she was all alone. As if Elaine could guess her train of thought, eyes narrowing. She continued speaking. They raised you better than to be a sniveling brat and a coward. Beatrice wouldn't lie. Elaine's words stung a lot. More to the point, she jerked slightly as if the old governess actually slapped her. But the words also had the desired effect. They filled her with defiance. She wasn't just going to sit around, cry, and wait for her turn to die. Let's go, Beatrice commanded this time. They started running away. Together. Beatrice didn't allow herself one last look toward her parents because she knew that would break her all over again. Besides, that was not the image she wanted to remember them by. Even though she was quite certain it would still haunt her in her nightmares. Rushing down the stairs. She had to concentrate on each step so she wouldn't break her foot. Those delicate shoes she insisted on wearing were certainly not designed for such affairs. But alas! One learns while one breathes. They encountered patrolmen in the Great Hall, and they were quite surprised to see them here. What on earth are you still doing here? One of them said gruffly. My parents were murdered. Beatrice said in return, completely ignoring his previous statement. By the look he gave her, he wasn't that surprised to hear that news. He was there to investigate a murder. After all. We will take care of everything, miss. Just follow my man to safety. He nodded to one particular gentleman. And with that, the group of men rushed deeper into the building to hunt for the monster that ruined her life with 2 devastating blows. The next couple days passed in a haste to Beatrice. The funeral was worthy of her parents' stature. Personally, Beatrice never cared for such things. Yet they certainly deserved a proper farewell. So she made sure everything was just the way they would want it to be. Of course, Elaine never left her side. And Beatrice was truly grateful. She couldn't even fathom what she would do without her governess as well. Elaine was the force that pushed her forward. In the following days, many people came and went, dear friends, business associates of her father, long-lost cousins, to express their condolences. All that felt very tiring to Beatrice, but on the other hand, she was humbled and touched so many people loved her parents enough to come grieve with her. The saddest, most infuriating thing was the fact that the assassin was not caught at the scene. The few witnesses reported that everything happened too fast for anyone to actually see who killed them. On the other hand, since they lived in a place where people adored gossip, all kinds of rumors started. Filthy lies circulated through all classes of people. All people, of all ages, speculated about the potential motives for this heinous crime. And Beatrice was among those people, since she as well wanted to know the truth. It was eating at her not knowing the reason why. She barely slept or ate, her mind never stopping to rest, tormenting her with images of her dear parents murdered, and with questions she would probably never get the answers to. Beatrice turned the whole house upside down in search for clues but ended up with nothing. Benjamin and Sarah Foster were two loving people who never harmed a soul in their lives. So, all of this made no sense to her. There has to be something I'm not seeing. You need to rest, my dear, Elaine urged, and by the look on her face, this wasn't the first time she tried to speak with her. But Beatrice was so lost inside her mind that she didn't notice. She was sitting in her father's chair surrounded by all kinds of letters, correspondences, contracts that told her nothing. She had wrapped herself tightly in one of his coats that still smelled like him, while wearing a pair of her mother's favorite gloves, holding the bottle of her favorite perfume. I miss them so much, Elaine, Beatrice said, her voice breaking, bursting into tears. I can't bear it. You must. That is the only right thing to do, Elaine countered, reaching for her, and Beatrice went willingly. You are all that is left of them. Remember what your father used to say. You must live. And live well. So do. For their sake. Her strong arms soothed her, as much as her actual words. I will. I promise, Beatrice replied, her voice strong as ever. Beatrice understood she was simply a young woman, unequipped and alone. Yet she would do everything in her power to discover who did this to her family and make them pay. With God as her witness. Let's go to bed, she told her governess. Sometime later, in the middle of the night, a loud crash echoed through the quiet house. And the two women were the only ones there since Beatrice sent everyone away for a period of mourning. The noise was followed by a curse, and a nasty one at that. It was a man's voice. They both jumped out of bed, alarmed. Did someone just break in? Is it a thief? Her heart was racing so fast she could actually feel it inside her throat, and her palms were clammy as she clutched to Elaine. Girlie, where are you? A man's voice called out, filling her with dread. Beatrice barely stopped herself from screaming. Worse, Elaine replied, her eyes grave. I think this man came to finish the job, miss. Finish the job? Beatrice forced herself to ask, even though she didn't necessarily want to hear the answer to that question. Elaine nodded. Kill you as well. Chapter 3. No. That can't be. Beatrice's mind rebelled against the idea. God couldn't be that cruel as to bestow such fate unto her. To be hunted like some animal mere days after losing her parents. This is not happening. This is but a nightmare. Come on, Beatrice. It's time to wake up. Unfortunately for her, she didn't. Miss Beatrice. We need to hide. Right now. Elaine stopped her from spiraling any further. Hide? Hide? She stammered back. But where? She was certain he could find her anywhere. I will find you, girlie. The ominous words broke the silence as if she needed additional motivation to act. Not. And then he laughed. It was apparent he was searching the entire house for her. Luckily, he started from the ground level. And he wasn't quiet about his whereabouts either, unafraid of discovery. It was as if he wanted her to know where he was. Usually, he would find her down there. In the library, or as of late in her father's study. But tonight, Elaine made sure she slept in her bed. Maybe she did have a guardian angel. After all. Missing certain death twice now. Thinking about a killer coming for her filled her with dread, but she banished that thought immediately. She needed to stay strong, not fall apart. Not wanting to fully test that theory about having a heavenly being at her disposal, she stood up and Elaine followed suit. While making the first step, her nightgown got in her way, and Beatrice stumbled. And the noise she made sounded even greater in the silence. She wanted to curse as the assassin did before for being that stupid and reckless. Betraying her exact location. She pulled the hemline upward with a larger force that was necessary. Making sure she could walk more freely. On tiptoes, they came to stand by the door that led to the hallway. And listened. Barely breathing. They could still hear him. Making all kinds of noises downstairs. Is he breaking things? She wanted to weep, realizing he was destroying all her mother's prized possessions. We certainly can't go this way. Elaine voiced what was on Beatrice's mind as well. Beatrice nodded. Pointing they should go in a different direction. Opening a different set of doors. They entered her receiving room. It was complete darkness in there, but both women knew the layout by heart, and they didn't create additional noise going through it. Now, what? Beatrice wondered. Feeling an additional layer to her already substantial panic. There were two ways out of the receiving room, the door they just came from and the door that led to the hallway. And they couldn't go that way because they would most certainly be seen. We are trapped. No. Calm down. The other part of her rebelled. Beatrice let go of all her fears, and the realization was so sudden as it was apparent. Are we really? There was a third option. The balcony. She cheered inside her head. Beatrice rushed to the glass doors and opened them wide. The night air was chilly and her nightgown rather flimsy, but she didn't care. This was their escape. I am coming up. Girlie. I know you're there. The voice reminded them they didn't have much time. We need to leave this house right now. She murmured mostly to herself. Fully stepping outside. She started looking about for any kind of ledge or crevices in the house they could use to climb down. The vine. Yes. But the problem was there was a gap between it and the balcony. Once. When she was a young girl. She watched her cousin Tommy climb down from that very balcony. He hopped over the iron banister with little effort since it was taller than she at the time. Then jumped to the vine like some wild child raised in the Amazon jungles before slowly descending. Beatrice was completely fascinated by that whole affair and patiently waited for him to join her before claiming her turn. Unfortunately, her mother discovered their little mischief before she could even start the climb up. She was punished as if she had done the deed herself alongside Tommy. But that was of no importance at the moment. Remembering what happened that day filled her with confidence she could actually do this. We have to climb down this way. She pointed to the side of the house where the vine grew. Looking down, she wasn't that thrilled to discover how the earth, quite suddenly, looked very far away. But she wasn't about to dwell on that fact. A part of her. Oh. This is utter lunacy. Correction. Every part of her thought about her imminent death. Either by the killer or by the fall. Yet, if she had to choose, she would prefer the fall because that would mean she actually tried to do something other than just play the damsel in distress like everyone expected her to act. Your father never expected you to behave in such a way. That is why he left you all of the inheritance. She reminded herself, although it was quite inappropriate to have such thoughts at the moment. Returning to the here and now, Beatrice said, "Look, Elaine. You have to go over the banister like such, and stand on this small ledge." She gesticulated while speaking in a rush. It was fortunate the moon was up in the sky, illuminating the whole scene just enough for them to see. And then you have to grab hold of the vine and use it to climb down. It wasn't the best of plans, but it was the only one they had. Elaine nodded before dashing back inside. That happened so fast Beatrice didn't even get the chance to stop her. Fortunately, she returned quickly. "Where on earth did you go?" Beatrice snapped in a hushed voice. "I had to make sure all the doors were locked." That was actually clever of her. Beatrice was certain it wouldn't stop the man from entering, but it would definitely slow him down. And every minute counted. "It looks sturdy enough," was Elaine's only comment. Beatrice prayed that was the case. "You go first," she told her governess, but the old woman started shaking her head before she even finished the sentence. "No, child. I'm too old for that climb, but you have to go in now." And as if she needed to emphasize her words, she gave Beatrice a little shove. "I can't leave you here." Beatrice rebelled instantly. "Not in here? Fine. How about here?" the assassin taunted, while breaking doors on the upper level. Was he really that mad? Drunk? Or both? Beatrice wondered. Not that it mattered. There is no time for arguments. Elaine was adamant. "Go and bring help," she instructed. Bring help. That sounded logical. "All right, I can do that. But what about you?" Beatrice was still sick with worry. Leaving the only person she cared about in the hands of a clear madman was pure torture for her. "Don't worry about me," Elaine said wryly. "I learned more than cloth making and walking in the highlands. When our men weren't around, we had to protect ourselves." Beatrice gave her a hug, not being able to help herself. Elaine patted her on the back. "Go, now," she urged. Picking up the hemline of her nightgown and tying it around her waist, Beatrice tried really hard not to think about what her mother would say about such loose behavior as she grabbed hold of the railing and propelled herself over. Her heart was located someplace in her stomach while doing that. "I can do this," she repeated to herself like a chant or a prayer. She successfully went over, standing still on the small ledge. It was actually quite fortuitous she was barefoot because it provided her with better footing. So far so good. Locked door. The man laughed. "I told you I would find you, girlie." "Hurry," Elaine urged. Not the encouragement she needed at the moment, still. Beatrice stretched her right arm and grabbed hold of the decorative vine her mother insisted on planting. She thought it would give their house a certain charm, and as always, she was right. Thinking about her deceased mother made her heart hurt, so she pushed those thoughts away. Beatrice gave it a little tug, and when it resisted her, she felt confident enough it could withstand her weight. The plant was hard and prickly, but Beatrice still held onto it with all her might as if her life depended on it. Because it actually did. "Oh, dear Lord, have mercy on my poor soul," she prayed, and with that completely let go of the banister and jumped onto the vine. The plant shook vigorously from the assault but persisted. "Thank you, Lord." The small branches cut deep into the delicate soles of her feet and she let out the quietest of whimpers before she started to descend. Her arms and legs were full of scratches, some of them bleeding, and they were burning as well with a demonic fire as she climbed down. And no matter how much distance she crossed, the ground still felt unnaturally far away from her. Knowing that was all an illusion concocted inside her mind out of fear, helped not to reach it faster. Eventually, with divine assistance, she was low enough to attempt to jump down. Thinking only about the woman she left above to deal with the killer on her own, Beatrice let go. Once her bruised feet touched the wet ground, Beatrice allowed herself one moment of repose to grab her bearings. She instantly looked up but couldn't see Elaine anywhere. Beatrice prayed that meant the old woman found a place to hide and wait out this storm. "I will come back for you," she vowed before she started running. Running fast like her feet weren't already aching and bleeding. "Help!" She started screaming from the top of her lungs until her throat started to burn like the rest of her. Naturally, she was going toward the Thompson residence. "Please, can somebody help me? Help!" And then all air was violently knocked out of her lungs as Beatrice fell backward with a rough thud. Looking up at her assailant, she was startled to see a very familiar face looking down at her. "Captain!" she breathed out in surprise. In front of her stood none other than Captain Jack Archer, soon to be the fiancé of her best friend Marigold. Captain Archer immediately jumped forward to help her rise. "Miss Beatrice, are you all right?" he asked in alarm. I was in passing when I heard you." It was clear he was struggling with words since he was apparently having a secret, unsupervised rendezvous with Marigold. But Beatrice cared not about that at the moment. This was no time for pleasantries or forced social etiquette, lives were at stake. "It's so fortunate I stumbled upon you. You must come with me at once. Someone is at my home, trying to harm me. I managed to escape but Elaine stayed so I could bring help. She's alone and in grave danger. Please help," Beatrice said all in one breath and had to stop simply so she could take a deep breath again. It would be so unfortunate if she fainted after everything she went through. As a soldier and a gentleman, seeing a woman in distress was all that it took to put Captain Archer on high alert. He pulled his pistol out, ready to face any enemy. "I will go alone and investigate," he informed her. All the worry or warmth that could be detected in his voice before was gone. He was a warrior now. "You should move on to the Thompson residence at 1. Please be careful," she wished before she started running again. There was a small park between the two estates, and she navigated through it with ease, having done so many times in the past. Reaching her desired destination, Beatrice immediately started banging at the front door. "Please open up. It's me, Beatrice Foster. I need your help." The whole household was up and on their feet in a jiffy. After telling Mr. Thompson everything she told the captain, he gathered all the men available, and armed. They joined in on the search of the assassin that tried to end her life. Alas! They found no one at the house, apart from Elaine, who was alive and well, although there were clear signs someone broke in and caused havoc. It was strange, returning to the only home she knew and loved and finding it not only in a state of disarray, but her sentiments about it had changed as well. Suddenly she felt like a complete stranger visiting some other person's house. It was not enough that vile person robbed her of the only two people she cared about in this world. But now he took the sanctity of her childhood home as well. Because there was not a shadow of a doubt inside her mind that the two incidents were related. She would know that even without the madman's taunts. Elaine was first to point it out and she was right. Someone was trying to finish the job. Yet the question remained the same as before. Why? And then she remembered something else. The reading of the will happened 2 days ago, and Beatrice became the sole heir of her father's fortune, including the newspaper. Since she was of age, no legal guardian was appointed, although Uncle John offered generously. Is that motive enough for this heinous crime? Money? Beatrice felt sick to her stomach just thinking about it. "We will catch whoever did this, Miss Foster," Constable Nguyen promised. He was a kind man, she knew from before thanks to her father, a bit short, gaunt, but with a big belly. And Beatrice was certain he never caught anyone as his entire life. Instantly, she felt guilty for having such cruel thoughts. "Thank you, Constable Nguyen, for all your hard work," Beatrice replied instead. "I feel safer knowing you will be looking after me." He flushed a little, clearly not used to such high praise. "Miss Foster, let me express again how terribly sorry I am about your parents. Such fine people. It's a shame. Beatrice inclined her head. Thank you for your kind words. They will be missed. Once all the circus stopped, Beatrice stripped out of the dress Marigold had lent her to wear since she inappropriately ran for her life only in her nightdress and put one of her simple ones in return, feeling more comfortable instantly. Being left alone at last, Elaine and Beatrice sat together in her father's study, conversing. It was foolish of me to let all the household go to visit their families at the same time. Beatrice chastised herself. You couldn't have known, was all Elaine had to say about that. She also didn't say what happened once Beatrice escaped, and she was left alone. And a part of Beatrice didn't want to know. They were both here now and safe, that was the only thing that mattered. Still, will that last? She had to wonder. We can't stay here, my dear, Elaine added, mirroring Beatrice's thoughts perfectly. I know, Beatrice replied in a small voice. But where are we to go? If this killer was that adamant, he could track them down anywhere. Somewhere where no one is prone to look for us. And I know just the right place. Elaine replied confidently. Still, something was nagging Beatrice in the back of her mind. Even though she knew this was a smart thing for them to do, a part of her truly wanted to rebel. How could she possibly leave? Her parents must be avenged. Killer caught and brought to justice. Only then could Beatrice move on with her life. And for that, she needed to stay in New York. And that wasn't all. What about the paper? She wondered out loud. So many people depend on it running. They depended on my father, and now, on me. I cannot simply vanish into thin air. Nothing will matter anyway if you're dead. Elaine countered in her usual manner. Beatrice sighed. So, we will leave. But only for a little while. She hedged. Once the situation settles, I want to be of assistance and do everything my father wanted me to. Elaine nodded in return, settling the matter. And that put Beatrice at ease. I'll start making arrangements, Beatrice said after a short pause, and Elaine looked at her as if she just lost all of her mind. Beatrice asked herself how she had not lost it, after everything she'd been through. It is a mystery. We need to go at once. Tonight even. We can't give your assailant any more opportunities to strike. Elaine explained like she was a small child again. And we need to go in secret. Yes, the situation was that grave. Yet Beatrice felt nothing. She lost all her senses after last night. I must be in shock, she concluded. I will start packing at once. Beatrice replied in compliance. Only the essentials, Elaine warned. Beatrice nodded. I know the combination of my father's safe. They could always buy everything they lacked with the available currency. Elaine waved with her hands. We can't bring currency with us. It would look suspicious. At all? Beatrice was appalled. Only a small amount, so not to stand out. Elaine was resolute. Even though Beatrice understood the logic behind it, it still didn't sit well with her. What about jewelry? Elaine looked at her funny. Same thing. What if I sew them in our garments? Beatrice challenged, and Elaine smiled, patting her cheek. You were always a clever girl, she complimented. I will go and buy us tickets for the first train ride available while you prepare us for the journey. And then something occurred to Beatrice. You still haven't told me. Where are we to go? To your uncle's ranch. And Beatrice was very much surprised to hear that. That was the last place on her mind. Yet that was precisely the point. That is brilliant. Uncle Tom Foster lived in a remote place, on his ranch, near a small town called Helena. Most people didn't know, and the rest forgot Benjamin Foster had an older brother since Uncle Tom led such a quiet life. Elaine was a genius. So be it. It was a mystery what new troubles could be waiting for her there, but Beatrice wasn't about to fret on it this early. Whatever fate waited for her in Helena, she would face it head high. As always. Chapter 4. Helena, Montana, 1886. The sun has no mercy on us plain folks, this morning, Joseph complained, while helping Nathan fix the part of the fence that broke down after the last big storm they had. It's the same as yesterday, and the day before that. And the day before that. Nathan replied calmly as if the heat didn't bother him. Because truth be told, it never did. He was born and raised in these parts. The sun was a part of him as much as everything else in Helena was. Which was a bit ironic, considering his fair complexion and fiery red hair. His family came from Ireland to settle here and never left anywhere else. His grandfather decided to relocate his family after a great famine. It was a crazy, dangerous journey. Yet from what Nathan heard from his father, that was Grandad Seamus in the flesh. At the end his daring decision saved the Walsh family. They roamed about for a bit, but Seamus Walsh fell in love with the Rocky Mountains at first glance. And that was how they stayed in Helena. So, this land was all Nathan knew and was comfortable with since they connected him with his family. Did you hear what I just said? Joseph prompted. Pardon me, what? Nathan replied, frowning. I said we need more nails and lumber if you want us to fix everything before bringing back the herd. Nathan let his herd roam freely most of the time, but there were some troubles as of late. And he wanted to bring them all down. Closer to home. But only if he could keep them in the first place. Discovering his right-hand man was correct, Nathan's frown deepened. Usually, he was more on top of things, yet as of late felt a bit distracted. And he couldn't quite fathom why. Joseph never missed the opportunity to poke fun at him about having the spring love ailment. But that's ridiculous, and certainly was not the case. Nathan was simply overworked, not that he minded. You are right, Nathan said eventually. Let's hop to town and get some more supplies. Why not send Jimmy? Joseph wanted to know. No need to trouble the lad. We can do it. Nathan replied instantly. Joseph grimaced. Why? Oh, why? Did I even say anything? He whined. Nathan could barely keep a straight face. He loved Joseph deeply, considered him a brother. Yet, he was highly entertaining when he got like this. I'm so very happy to have more work on top of my actual work. Nathan chuckled, then turned so Joseph wouldn't see the grin on his face. Despite his constant complaints, Joseph was one of Nathan's best workers on the old oak ranch. And certainly one of his best friends. Life on the ranch was never easy, so Nathan was fortunate enough he had him by his side. Because Joseph loved the land and the farm life as much as Nathan did. It was a dandy bonus he could easily taunt him. Then I am very much happy to oblige, Nathan countered, barely keeping a straight face while Joseph scowled at him. Last one, old man, Nathan announced, picking up the supportive beam they needed to pound into the ground. Luckily, they already had the holes ready from before. He loved heckling Joseph despite the fact they were almost the same age. And then we rest until tomorrow? Joseph countered, faking cheerfulness. But Nathan knew that was all for show. No, then we are going to town to visit Mr. O'Connor. But if you stop wasting that mouth of yours, maybe I can buy you a drink before we head back. That instantly cheered him up. Just as Nathan knew it would. Joseph started to say something in return, then thought better of it, and simply nodded before returning to his task in silence. And then, Nathan simply couldn't handle himself and started laughing out loud. Once the job was done, or as much done as was possible without additional supplies, the two men picked up their tools and took Nathan's one-horse carriage to the nearby Helena, a small town near the Rocky Mountains. It was a rather picturesque, delicate place, settled in a plain surrounded by blue mountains, which was in complete contrast to the hardness of its people. Nathan was not to imply the townspeople were bad in any way. It was just that hard life in the West made hard people. It was a badge of strong character if you asked him. And he admired that the most. As he said before, Helena was home and that meant everything to him. Nathan's family kept herds of sheep since the beginning, but a few years back Nathan decided to switch to cattle. So he sold every last one he had and bought some rather prime livestock. That was a move many considered not only risky but foolish. Yet, Nathan never listened to other people's advice over his own instinct. And his gut was telling him then how he made the right decision. And so far, it still didn't disappoint him. Yes, there were some rocky times, but the rewards were then so much sweeter. "Good day, Nathan." An old clerk greeted him once Nathan stepped inside the store. "Good day, Mr. O'Connor." Nathan greeted back. Joseph stumbled in the shop after him. "It's not a good day." He simply had to jump in, wiping his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. "It's hotter outside than in Devil's Furnace." The old man O'Connor looked at him. "You don't know what hot is, boy. I was born in the Sonoran Desert. Now, that's hot. This is mild spring weather in comparison." And Nathan stiffened to laugh while Joseph pouted. Similar types of conversations always transpired between those two. Joseph would start to complain and then Mr. O'Connor would find a way to mention his unusual upbringing into it. Although his stories did change from time to time, the two of them still provided great entertainment for Nathan. And they could go back and forth for quite some time as well. But Nathan didn't have time for that today. "Mr. O'Connor, I will require some materials for building new fences at the ranch. If you please." He meddled before either man could say anything else. Truth be told, he didn't lack time, but patience. Yes, they were entertaining. But Nathan felt restless. He loved his life very much, had a few dear friends. Did everything in his power to make the Old Oak Ranch prosperous too. After his parents' passing, he put all his efforts into that piece of land. But is that enough? Came an unexpected thought. "Certainly, boy, I have everything you could possibly need in the back," O'Connor replied cheerfully. After paying, Joseph and Nathan loaded everything to his cart. Joseph handed him the last bag of nails. "That's it," he announced, and Nathan nodded. He started walking toward the front to get the reins, but Joseph skillfully got in his way. "Are you forgetting something?" he asked cryptically. Truth be told, Nathan hadn't. But it was more fun to play dumb. He shrugged noncommittally and waited calmly until Joseph cracked. Just like Nathan knew he would. "You promised your brother a drink." "I am an only child," Nathan said inscrutably. "Fine. I'll go by myself," Joseph replied, getting waxed. "And then I'll walk home. And probably get eaten by a coyote," Nathan thought to himself. Because that was just his luck. He hugged Joseph, to ease him. "Of course, I'll go with you. You were irritating me on purpose, didn't you?" Joseph accused him and Nathan simply simpered. "You are a rotten friend. But I still love you," Joseph said, and Nathan had to laugh because he felt the same way. Many cheered as they walked into the saloon. Unfortunately, Nathan Walsh was some kind of a local hero, and people liked to remind him of that fact constantly. And Nathan detested every second of it. Back then, he didn't act to gain glory. He simply did what was right, so he wished to be left alone in peace. Alas, he wouldn't be granted such luck. "Isn't it our local hero? Come, a drink is on the house," the barkeep announced. "This is why I don't like drinking here," he reminded himself, while thanking the host. 2 years ago, they had a serious problem with some local bandits. They moved in these parts running from the law back east, and they started causing trouble for the townspeople. The sheriff and his deputies tried to stop the menace, but the gang still managed to elude the long arm of the law. At first, they started small. robbing some traveling caravans coming in or out of Helena. Next, they moved on to the bank and kidnapped the mayor's daughter. It appeared that their greed had no limits. "I say we gather all the men of age." Joseph fumed. "And then what?" Nathan challenged. "We hunt them for a change," Joseph replied, making a face as if that was the most logical thing in the world. But Nathan disagreed. Besides, the sheriff already tried that, and it didn't work. Hunt them? Where? They could be anywhere. Hiding in the mountains. Nathan tried to reason with him. "So what? We search everywhere. It's better than doing nothing," he insisted like a petulant child. "Besides, somebody must know something." Nathan simply shook his head. They needed a better plan than that. And he already started working on one. They needed to be patient and wait for the bandits to become even more arrogant, confident they could actually get away with everything. Because then, they will make a mistake, Nathan mused. And as if God above heard his wish and decided to comply, that day arrived. 3 local ranches were robbed blindly in one evening. It was during a festival, so no one was around, Nathan included. They took every last cow he owned, and that enraged him. Naturally, once it got personal, Nathan was that much more motivated to put an end to this gang of miscreants and hunt them down to the end of the world. He wasn't that good of a tracker, truth be told. But he knew his herd. They were a stubborn bunch and they would go where they wanted and nowhere else. No force could ever change that, and then he was grateful. Because at that time, they actually had a way to track the bandits down. So, the ranch owners gathered up a search party and the hunt was on. It took them a fortnight. But they finally discovered them. Nathan killed half of them even before they realized they were surrounded. His father had taught him how to shoot straight, and with time and practice he only honed that skill down. All the livestock was recovered, but on their way back, really terrible weather fell upon them. "The cattle won't make it back in this heat. Not without water," Joseph announced, and he was right. Nathan was ignoring the size, but if they wanted to bring all the animals back home, they needed a solution. And fast. "We have to go through the mountains, then. There's no other way," Nathan told the group of men. "Are you mad?" Joseph snapped, fully realizing the implications of Nathan's statement. "Quite possible," Nathan replied calmly. "But I am also right. We will all die then. Because that cross is impossible." Joseph wasn't trying to be theatrical, but he often was. "I know a way," Nathan replied. "Are you sure, Nathan?" Mr. Tom Foster, one of the other ranchers, inquired. "Yes, sir," Nathan replied instantly, with conviction. "I will get everyone safely back home," he promised. "Very well," Tom Foster answered for them all. "We will entrust ourselves into your hands." The journey back was tiring, difficult, and not to mention dangerous. A narrow mountain road so steep at times they had to form a single line, and with hundreds of cattle with him, it simply took them forever to pass. Eventually, Nathan returned everyone to Helena safe. And the townspeople never forgot who was responsible for bringing the last man and the last animal back. He didn't appreciate the attention after all this time, though. Besides, there was always one drunken fool who liked to tell him the story as if he wasn't there himself. The beer they drank wasn't that good, but it still felt good to wet his throat. "Can we go now?" Nathan urged, drinking his whole glass in one big gulp. Joseph looked at him in exasperation, doing the same with his drink. "You really don't know how to enjoy life, do you?" Joseph asked rhetorically. "I pity you." Nathan ignored the jibe. In fact, he did enjoy life. It was just that he preferred different things. He liked to stay at his ranch when in leisure and read a book or two. Or if it was particularly nice weather, to ride away to the mountains. Find a nice clearing on the cliffs and fall asleep under the stars. Joseph whistled under his breath once they left the saloon. Nathan followed his gaze and wanted to groan. He was looking at Susanna Wilkinson, the teacher's daughter, who was walking by with her basket full of groceries. Maybe you should finally get a wife, Mary. Settle down. Joseph started conversationally. Maybe a young bride can turn you around and fix that constant sour mood of yours. I'm not sour, he wanted to rebel. Am I? No. He concluded. It was just that Joseph had no real sense of humor. So he decided not to comment on it. I bet Susanna could turn you around. Joseph persisted, wiggling his eyebrows like the fiend he really was. Nathan felt the need to roll his eyes. The notion was that ridiculous to him. I am not scalding my tongue with another man's porridge. Thank you very much, he replied in all seriousness. Joseph looked at him questioningly. Not as if he was questioning his sanity, simply his meaning. Miss Susanna is engaged to Peter Flanagan, he explained patiently. He was quite surprised Joseph didn't already know that. He usually knew everything. The blacksmith's son? Joseph exclaimed, grimacing. As if when? He demanded to know. Nathan shrugged. Apparently, since they were children. Joseph scoffed. Such a waste. He didn't like Peter one bit. Peter bullied Joseph while they were in school together, and Joseph never let go of that grudge. Still, that is of no importance, he announced, his mood brightening again. Engaged is not wed, he declared, winking. Nathan simply shook his head. Why do I even bother? He murmured underneath his breath in exasperation. Yet Joseph heard him. Still, Nathan didn't give him an opportunity to say something even more ridiculous. Besides, I will recognize my future wife the moment I see her. As in Providence? Nathan, I didn't know you to be such a romantic. Joseph poked fun at him. It's quite uncharacteristic of you to believe in destiny. Nathan smiled. Not destiny, my friend. Just good old-fashioned Irish luck. Chapter 5. Beatrice had never, in her entire life, felt this tired. For the first leg of their journey, Elaine procured them train tickets that took them away from the city of New York, all the way to Cumberland. It was a bit risky to stay in one train all that time, traveling first to Philadelphia then Washington. Elaine, however, wanted to put as much distance as possible between them and the assassin before anyone even noticed they were gone. Some of the household help was due to be back in 2 days. Beatrice didn't leave any notes or instructions for them, however. She did leave money. Feeling guilty she was forced to make such sudden departure without properly taking care of them. She hoped a little financial security would help them until she returned. What if someone decides to return earlier and mess with our plans? She worried. They really needed those 2 days. Even with that, Beatrice still prayed that would be enough of a head start for them to completely disappear. Because there were no doubts in her mind that the two of them would be hunted from now on. The person who committed such a heinous crime, and staged an assassination in such a public display, then broke into a house seemingly without a care in the world as to warrant maximum terror, wasn't that likely to give up. But on the other hand, Beatrice wasn't planning on giving up either. Once they reached Cumberland, the two women had a very uncomfortable and smelly ride to Columbus. Beatrice really tried not to judge, but personal hygiene was very important to her. And no matter the money or circumstances, she was always quite appalled when discovering not all shared her views regarding such matter. She was more than glad that ride was over, but then they had to rush. And Beatrice almost lost her she running to catch the train ride further west. That was close, Elaine commented with a smile after they settled. Her cheeks were flushed from the exertion. But the woman never looked better or more vibrant. Beatrice was glad her governess was still in such good health. After a while, Beatrice lost all count through how many towns they passed or had to stop to switch transportation. She was surprised to discover how many miles of railroad were yet to be built. It was a constant switch between taking uncomfortable rides in rocky trains, or even more uncomfortable and overcrowded rides in coaches. Beatrice really lived a very privileged life in New York. She was always aware of that fact, but real-life experience and simple knowledge were two very separate things. Entering yet another carriage that was clearly overloaded, Beatrice felt like weeping. "Oh! Don't be such a silly child, Beatrice," she snapped at herself. Yes, she was tired, exhausted and a bit hungry. But the current state was still far better than the alternative. Me being dead, she reminded herself sternly. "Child, have some cornbread," Elaine urged at some point. And that cheered her up immensely. "Why, thank you," she replied, accepting. "Are we remotely close?" Beatrice inquired between bites. Elaine pondered that for a moment. "I say, we are about halfway there." Beatrice simply nodded in return. That was one of those good news/bad news affairs. So she took it in stride. Of course, Beatrice understood the necessity of them doing all this, choosing remote places as their stops since they would be that much more difficult to find. Yet she couldn't help but feel drained and bone-tired. Mere weeks ago, her biggest concerns were if she played every note perfectly while entertaining her parents' dinner guests or what to wear for the winter ball at the New York's governor's residence. She felt like weeping and laughing at the same time at how drastically one's circumstances could change in an instant. "You're just hungry. Nothing more," Beatrice told herself, taking another piece of cornbread. A few crumbs fell on her attire, and she didn't even make an effort to stop them. The plain dress she was currently wearing became so dirty, grimy and at places completely ruined with sweat that the cloth stuck to her like a second skin. Beatrice wanted to burn the thing to ashes once she reached Helena and finally arrived at Uncle Tom's ranch. She longed to ask Elaine again how long this journey would actually last, but the old woman was soundlessly sleeping next to her. It never stopped to amaze or fascinate Beatrice how that woman could sleep anywhere and with such ease. Beatrice envied that trait. Such a fine day to be traveling, a cheerful young lady not much older than her spoke, looking at Beatrice in passing. "Oh, I have no idea where I am," Beatrice thought to herself in exasperation. She completely lost track of everything, locations, dates, even time. Beatrice smiled back. "That it is." And that wasn't technically a lie. The weather was quite charming for a change. Although Beatrice did notice how the cold was replaced with mild weather than heat as they traveled further west, it was surprisingly appealing to her. It had even rained a couple of times, which Beatrice detested since it made her skirt all muddy and wet, and she had to let it dry on herself. Disgusting, she shuddered at the memory. "Where are my manners?" the woman announced, still in high spirits. "My name is Josephine Meyer. Pleased to make your acquaintance." "Beatrice," she replied simply, leaving out her last name on purpose. If Josephine found that strange, she didn't comment on it. Nevertheless, they resumed chatting. Josephine had a very pleasant, kind face, with big brown eyes and an honest smile. Even sitting down, Beatrice could tell she was rather tall yet still quite feminine. Not gawky at all. She was currently smiling at Beatrice, who hadn't even realized Josephine had asked a question. "I do apologize," Beatrice rushed to explain, remembering her manners in the process. "I got lost inside my head for a bit. Would you be so kind as to repeat that?" "That is quite all right," Josephine replied instantly. "You do look a bit as if you've had some tiring days of the journey behind you." That is a rather nice way of saying I look like a disaster, Beatrice thought to herself. And the tiring journey was still up ahead of her as well, although she hoped it was nearing its end. "You have no idea," Beatrice commented eventually. What brings you to this part of our fine country? Josephine asked, conversationally. My Nan and I are visiting some relatives, further west. Beatrice replied vaguely. Really? Josephine exclaimed. That is mighty brave of you. That comment surprised Beatrice. How so? I heard all kinds of nasty stories regarding the West. They do not call it wild for no particular reason. She visibly shuddered in revulsion. To be perfectly honest, Beatrice heard such stories as well. Stories filled with road bandits, lawless gunslingers, and hostile Indian tribes. Yet she never put much thought into them, considering them to be vastly exaggerated. Plus, it was of no concern to her what happens thousands of miles away. Until now. So, maybe she ought to revisit such a topic. Even though recognizing where she was, it was mayhap a bit too late. Oh. We will not be in one of those places, Beatrice stated, trying to reassure them both. That is fortunate, Josephine replied slowly. How about you? Beatrice asked in return, trying to deflect the attention from herself. She detested being untrue. But if Josephine persisted, she wouldn't have a choice. Maybe she was beyond paranoid. Yet she did not want anyone to know anything about her, not even a perfectly innocent stranger she met on a train by happenstance as Josephine. A lovely girl she would most likely never see again. That was why Beatrice and Elaine came up with a few different stories for whoever they deemed too nosy. It is better to be safe than sorry. Josephine regained her former good mood. I am going to San Francisco, to meet my fiancé. We are to be married. Congratulations to both of you. Beatrice replied instantly. Thank you kindly. I was very fortunate to meet someone like him. How did you meet? Beatrice inquired. Josephine almost blushed. It is a rather funny story. As she started to speak, Beatrice settled and listened. This long journey blissfully had its rewards as well. She met some rather brilliant people in the most unexpected of places. And the scenery. The landscapes she was lucky enough to see when the sun and the moon traded places were simply stunning. Divine even. There was no other word to describe it. It was easier to believe in God when you experience such wonders. Even in her dire state. Beatrice thought of herself as quite knowledgeable. As she had spent her life traveling a great deal with her parents, yet now faced with such wild beauties of their vast country. She was proven wrong. She knew not about the true natural beauties or its pure wildness up until now. The whole experience was equally heartwarming as was humbling. So, this is my stop, Josephine announced many hours later. Beatrice smiled and nodded. I hadn't even realized we stopped, she thought to herself. I really ought to be more alert, she chastised herself. They said their farewells, and despite everything, Beatrice realized she would miss the other woman. But she was grateful God put Josephine in her path in the first place. This is our last coach ride. We will be in Helena this time tomorrow, Elaine announced, brightening Beatrice's mood instantly. It was such a relief knowing all this would be over soon. Beatrice was more than ready to put this torture behind her. She longed to sleep in a real bed for a change. Eat something that was not prepared in a train or a tavern. Yet more than anything, she longed for long bathing. Oh, my sweet lord! She exclaimed only thinking about it. She longed for some fresh, clean water she could fully submerge into and scrub her skin clean until she was flushed pink again and get rid of this layer of dirt that became her second skin. Do you think we should have sent a telegram to Uncle Tom, alerting him of our arrival? Beatrice asked Elaine. To ease them into their arrival opposed to shocking them completely. Elaine took a moment to ponder about that. No, she said eventually, dragging out that simple word. I don't want to send a telegram. I don't want any trace of us ever passing through here. A part of Beatrice really wanted to rebel, Tell her old governess she was simply being overly careful. Paranoid even. Alas, she couldn't do that. The knowledge that a madman broke into her home in the middle of the night to end her life, and was still at large despite the best efforts of the lieutenants, trumped everything else. "All right, we will go unannounced." As they entered the carriage. "And then God help us," Beatrice added to herself. She felt only sympathy for the uncle and aunt. When her parents passed away, Beatrice, in all that chaos and commotion, completely forgot to telegraph her father's brother about such tragedy, and now she felt immense guilt for being so short-sighted and wrapped only inside her own pain. On the other hand, she now had a second chance to not only break the news to them the right way in person and seek refuge but to also make amends as well and get to know them. Beatrice patiently waited by the carriage as Elaine was procuring them something to eat. They were just a town away from Helena now, and she couldn't contain her excitement. "Who are you?" A woman's voice startled her. "I do not know you, and I know everyone." The rather large woman was looking at her with interest through a pair of glasses. Beatrice was rendered speechless for a heartbeat or two. She wasn't used to being spoken to in such fashion. "I know every young girl that resides in these parts," the woman insisted, since Beatrice remained silent. "Yet, I do not know you." And she looked rather vexed by the idea. Who is this woman? Beatrice wondered. "I am not from these parts," Beatrice muttered in return. The woman raised an eyebrow in return, and Beatrice felt the urge to apologize immediately for her rudeness, despite the fact that she didn't do anything wrong. That same urge forced her to open her mouth once again. "I am from New York City. And I'm traveling to Helena to visit my uncle and aunt." "What is the matter with you?" she snapped at herself. "New York?" The woman cheered. "That is simply marvelous. My name is Madame Mabel Isidorf, but you can call me Madame Mab. Everybody else does," she offered generously. "I was born in New York," she continued in the same manner. "But now I have a small shop in Helena that sells knitwear and stuff like that. That is where I'm headed as well," Beatrice offered in return. "Marvelous." Madame Mab clapped her hands. "You can tell me everything about New York on our trip there. These things can really drag on and be such a bore. Are you traveling alone, my dear?" she said, all in one breath. Beatrice simply smiled in agreement, seeing no other way. "Well, no, I travel with my Nan." "Oh, here she is." The women introduced themselves, and Beatrice only then realized she didn't provide her own name, but Elaine did that for her. "I see you already met my Beatrice." "Oh yes, she is such a gem. And we will entertain ourselves nicely on our trip." Madame Mab laughed. "Since this is a very dull journey. Well, now at least. When there are no more bandits." Beatrice's eyes widened in surprise and shock. "Bandits?" she practically stammered. "Oh yes," Madame Mab replied. A bit too cheerful if anyone asked Beatrice. How can she be so blasé about such affairs? But then our local hero, bless his soul, Nathan Walsh, took care of the menace and saved the town, she concluded theatrically. "Is he a lawman?" Beatrice wanted to know, intrigued. "No, a local rancher." "A rancher stopped a band of bandits." Beatrice wanted to hear more. The coachman appeared, telling everyone it was time for departure, and the three women settled inside. "And who are you visiting in Helena?" Madame Mab inquired. "The Fosters." Elaine was the one that answered, much to Beatrice's surprise. Maybe the time for pretense was over. They had arrived after all. The Fosters? Such wonderful people. As promised, Beatrice talked a great deal about today's life in New York City, skillfully avoiding anything too personal. In return, Madame Mab talked about the town, its people, and especially about this young rancher that liked to save the day in his spare time. Beatrice wondered if she would get a chance to meet this man. She couldn't quite explain to herself why, but she shivered at the prospect of such an encounter. Chapter 6. Why did you drag me into this ordeal? Joseph complained, as always. You should not have said to Father Isaiah we would help. As a part of that I must protest. There are plenty of young lads more equipped and idle enough to be instructed with this kind of labor. That was a rather impressive speech, not that Nathan would comment on it. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Nathan said instead. I am trying to calculate the exact measurements. Joseph scoffed at him. Are you aiming for sainthood? Is that it, Nate? Joseph continued to nag, ignoring Nathan's pleas. If so, I do not want any part of it. Saints lead a very specific life, which is not for me. Nathan gave him the look, slowly losing patience and crossing his arms over his chest. Joseph finally closed his mouth and kept it that way. Ah! The blessed silence. Although his expression said plenty. Luckily that was easily ignored. Where was I? Nathan asked himself, crouching down to inspect the work in front of him. Nathan was in the process of fixing old, rickety church benches and crafting a few new ones. He overheard Father Isaiah complaining at the poor condition of his church, so he offered his help. Joseph's too, naturally, which was the cause of his current disdain. He wanted to spend his afternoons in some other place, not in a churchyard. Luckily, Nathan was the boss of him and not the other way around. Suddenly, Joseph became very animated beside him, and Nathan looked up to see what his friend was up to now. I really can't take him anywhere, he's worse than a babe. Nathan thought in exasperation. A carriage from Crownsville just arrived. Joseph provided the explanation. Do you want to see if there are some new arrivals? He wiggled his eyebrows, his meaning pretty clear. Nathan wished the fool would stop seeking a wife for him. He was unmarried himself, why not focus on that? What do you think? Nathan snapped back. You are very old for your age, Joseph observed. Let's go and see who came to our lovely town. Nathan wanted to grab him by the ear and shake him since he was acting like a brat. Leave ogling to the young lads. Nathan jibed back. You don't have time for that. I don't? No. Come here and help me carry this one back inside, he ordered, and surprisingly Joseph complied. Alas, if a look could kill then Nathan would be struck dead. Nate held his breath just in case. Yes, Saint Nate. I am completely at your disposal. Joseph grumbled, helping Nathan pick up a bench before carrying it back into the church now that it was all fixed. The carriage finally entered the town of Helena and stopped by a very small inn, and Beatrice simply could not believe it. We actually arrived. And without being discovered. Or so she prayed. Of course, this didn't mean their journey was over. They still had to find her uncle's ranch, but still, it felt monumental to finally be in Helena. Leaving the carriage, Beatrice stretched. Every part of her body felt stiff and aching. She felt like she would rather go by foot anywhere from now on simply to avoid being inside a stifling carriage ever again. But all pain was soon forgotten upon taking in the lively town around her. Come and visit me in my shop once you settle in, my dear, Madame Mab offered. Yes, of course, Beatrice replied instantly, and tried to remember to do so. Despite her strange bravado, Madame Mab was a very kind, loving woman, and Beatrice would very much like to see and converse with her again. Because she led a very fascinating life, Beatrice believed she could learn a great deal from her. After saying their final goodbyes, they went their separate ways. I will ask around if there is an available coachman to take us to your uncle's ranch. What is that place called again? Thunderbolt Ranch, Beatrice replied. Right, Elaine said as if just remembering herself. Oh, and if you plan on exploring, please stay close by. she added, fully knowing how Beatrice could get distracted. Beatrice grinned in return. I promise. With that settled, Beatrice set to do a little bit of exploring. Yes. She was certain that in days to come she would get fully acquainted with the city of Helena, but she was too curious at the moment to let this small opportunity pass. She walked what was certainly the main street, since there was a lot of activity in it and shops were respectfully placed alongside it. Up ahead, Beatrice could see a small square that ended with a church. It was quite lovely, simple and painted all in white. On each side of the street were all kinds of shops and a tavern, and she slowed down her pace to take in all of it. Beatrice cheered when she spotted Madame Mab's shop. A few women were patiently standing in front, waiting for her to open, which she did. To Beatrice's surprise, she learned Madame Mab was a widow and took care of her shop all by herself. She greeted each and every customer as if they were all very dear friends and maybe they were before inviting them inside. Then she spotted Beatrice across the street and waved. Beatrice returned the gesture. She was very much aware she became somewhat of a curiosity to other women, but she ignored that, continuing with her expedition. From somewhere she could smell freshly baked bread, and she let her nose find the source as her stomach started to growl, reminding her that quite some time had passed since she last ate. Not being able to help herself, she entered the shop and bought a loaf of bread. It was still quite warm to the touch and she bit into it unceremoniously. Mother would have a fit, if she could only see me now. Eating like this. As if she was some kind of street rat and not a well-respected young lady. Yet, Beatrice didn't care since the bread was really tasty, and she was hungry. Her belly practically sang in return. Suddenly a stray dog, completely yellow, appeared in front of her. Beatrice was never afraid of dogs, but on the other hand, this pooch was big, and she didn't know him. He didn't attempt to come at her or make any noises, simply looked at her. Perhaps a bit unfriendly, and Beatrice paused. Not really sure what to do. Oh, it's just a dog, Beatrice, probably hungry. Just like you. Hello. She decided to engage with the animal. I wouldn't do that if I were you. A male voice said from her left, startling her. Beatrice turned to see a man standing very close by, an expression of alarm on his face, which put Beatrice in a similar state instantly. The man looked quite strange. His clothes were plain and very stained, yet his posture was almost regal. He had distinctively red hair, which was quite unruly, and a pair of large green eyes. She could see their color even from where she was standing. Taking all that in, it took her a heartbeat or two to process what he actually said. I beg your pardon? She replied eventually. I wouldn't engage with that beast if I were you. He said to her. Why not? Beatrice instantly returned her gaze at the dog. He doesn't look like a beast. So, she said as much. It's just a dog. Oh, that is so much more than just a dog. It's a wild prairie dog. And they are quite dangerous. He explained all in one breath. Beatrice could feel her heart start racing instantly. A wild dog? Dangerous? Oh my! What am I to do? But do not be alarmed. The man continued to speak, seeing the distress he caused. If you do exactly as I say, maybe he won't attack you. Maybe? Maybe? They are highly unpredictable. The man took a step forward and that caused the wild dog to move as well. Beatrice stifled a scream. I do not want to be eaten by a wild dog. Please, sir, I put myself into your hands. I will do my best. Here. Take my hand. He offered and she took it without a thought. What now? She urged. The dog cocked his head and decided to take another step forward, and Beatrice really started to panic. Should I offer it my bread? At the same time, a very old man exited a shop carrying the same bread she had. Come on, Jack. He called out whistling. And the dog instantly forgot about a silly woman and dashed to meet his owner. Beatrice realized what was happening instantly. The man was pulling her leg, and that filled her with fury. She turned to look at him and the truth was plain across his face.
Why you?
She started to speak yet was too enraged to finish that sentence. He almost caused her heart to burst thinking she was about to get mauled by some wild beast. Only then did she realize they were still holding hands. Beatrice released it instantly as if it was a piece of hot coal. The scoundrel had the audacity to laugh at her. I apologize but couldn't help myself. He started to speak. Yet Beatrice stopped him midway. You know, there is a special ring of hell for people as yourself, she snapped and turned away from him, walking the same way she came from. She couldn't stop fuming. How dare he? She felt like returning and telling him exactly what she thought about his little jest, yet at the same time she wasn't about to reveal how worried she really became. Nor did she turn to see if he was still there or if he continued with his day as if nothing happened. Her heart still raced from that unfortunate encounter with that awful man, not an innocent dog, as she quickly returned to the place where Helena already waited for her. Where on earth did you go? Elaine was not pleased with her, and at the moment neither was Beatrice. She was too trustworthy. She realized. I was worried sick. Elaine snapped, which was something that was not ordinary for her, and Beatrice was not so easily fooled. It showed how tired they both were. I'm sorry, Elaine. I felt peckish, so I bought myself a loaf of bread at the bakery. It's delicious. And that was really something coming from her since she had the opportunity to dine at some really lavish parties back in New York. And their own cook was rather skillful as well. Beatrice offered the bread, or what was left of it, as a peace offering, and the governess took it. She started to eat just as Beatrice did before her, and that made her smile. They would both be scolded by Sarah Foster for that kind of behavior. Thinking about her mom wiped the smile off her face. It was still too painful to think about her, about both of them. Beatrice decided to keep the rest of her story to herself. She wasn't about to share how some man managed to have a laugh with her. Thinking about that fiend made her angry again. No. Stop it. She said to herself. No need to stress any further about some local riffraff. Come. Elaine instructed. That man. She gestured with her head will take us to the ranch. His name is Douglas Mitchelson, and it is on the way to his own home. Beatrice was cheered by the prospect of finally going there. The man in question waved back, seeing the attention was on him. He looked quite old, dressed in overalls that were 2 sizes too big. Yet agile. Picking up her things. Which were few, to begin with. Beatrice and Elaine walked the short distance to the waiting coach and their coachman, which looked rather sunburned yet pleasant looking, helped them settle in the cart and they were off. Nathan looked after the infuriating girl as she rode off. He was still in high spirits for some reason while he replayed their short interaction. Who is she? He wondered. He didn't know the answer to that question, but he was about to find out. The ranch was. Well, she didn't quite know what to expect as they went through the gate. It was a simple wooden frame that was tall enough for even the biggest wagons to go through. And on its peak was a board that stated they were welcome to the Thunderbolt Ranch. As they continued down the road, a small chit-chat with their driver continued. I did not expect it to be so big. Beatrice couldn't contain her wonder. Yes, ma'am, one of the largest cattle ranches in the country. Splendid. As if to prove his point, some of the aforementioned cattle could be seen simply roaming about, eating dry grass when the house finally came into view. Oh. It's lovely, Beatrice whispered. She couldn't explain why, but she got a very distinct sense of finally being at home from the instant she spotted it in the distance. It was a simple 2-story building with a big porch that surrounded it. It was painted a bright yellow that absolutely radiated in the sun, which was quite appealing. Beatrice could see side houses as well, and a big red barn to the left of the house. Despite the situation that forced her to this action, Beatrice was rather excited to be here, which was rather a strange feeling to be having, sadness and happiness at the same time. Beatrice had never visited a ranch before, her mother wouldn't allow it. When she was a bit younger, she begged her to go and visit Uncle Tom. Yet Sarah Foster was deaf to her pleas. She deemed that farm life was beneath their stature and didn't want her only daughter in a place she thought of as unclean. Mr. Mitchelson proved to be quite a gem, talking about the history of Helena and its people. He proudly shared how his family was one of the founders, and Beatrice found that quite intriguing. She asked him a great deal of questions, or as much as propriety allowed her to. Too quickly they finally stopped in front of the house. "Here we are," he announced, helping them down. Both women thanked him profusely, and he tipped his hat in return. Elaine tried to give him compensation for his troubles, yet he profusely refused. "Any family members of the Fosters are friends of mine," was his reply. After saying his goodbyes, the man drove away. With butterflies in her stomach, and with Elaine by her side, Beatrice reached the front door. It was a two-doors kind of affair. The first one was more like a screen, preventing bugs and other creepy crawlies from entering, and the second was an actual crafted wooden door. Beatrice opened the first one and raised her hand to knock on the second, yet it was opened before she got the chance. A very petite blonde woman stood on the other side. "Good day," Beatrice greeted sheepishly. "Aunt Claudia?" she inquired. Quite some time passed since Beatrice saw her aunt last. She couldn't be quite sure the woman standing in front of her was she. The woman's eyes widened ever so slightly. "My name is Claudia Foster. But who may you be?" she replied slowly. "It's me, Beatrice Foster," Beatrice said, not wanting to force the woman to play the guessing game. "Beatrice?" Aunt Claudia replied in confusion. And then her face broke into a smile. My, as I live and breathe." She rushed them inside. "Come in. Don't stand out in that dreadful heat." They embraced. "I think I'm starting to get a little lightheaded," Aunt Claudia continued to ramble. "You made me so happy." She actually stumbled on her feet, but Beatrice managed to catch her in time. "I'm quite all right," she reassured her. Beatrice didn't know she was so frail. "Tom, come quickly," Aunt Claudia called out. Beatrice stopped breathing as another person entered the hall to greet them. Chapter 7. A tall man came in, wiping his hands with a dishcloth. Beatrice felt the need to rub her eyes. It was quite eerie how much he resembled her late father, and that almost brought tears into her eyes. Uncle Tom was older, a bit more muscular since he was a rancher. Had a few more gray hairs and his skin was a few shades darker from laboring in the sun all day, but the resemblance was still uncanny. Uncle Tom stopped once he discovered they had company. "Beatrice?" he inquired in wonder, and Beatrice nodded vigorously. "Yes, Uncle Tom, it is I." A smile appeared on his stern face. "By God, you look just like your mother." He spread his arms, and she flew into his embrace. It felt so good to be embraced by him, by someone that had the same blood coursing through his veins as her father and her. "Why didn't you send any words? Are you alone, sweetie? Where are your parents?" he asked in suspicion while petting her hair. Beatrice was so overcome with emotions the words simply spilled out of her mouth into the ether as tears streamed down her face. "Oh, Uncle Tom. I apologize for coming in such a manner. Unannounced, but you see, I had nowhere else to go. I am in great danger and Mom and Dad." Her voice broke so she had to try again. "Mom and Dad are dead. Murdered." A shriek echoed through the room. Auntie fell to the ground. All of them rushed to her side to aid her. The rest was forgotten in those moments. Did she faint? Beatrice wondered in alarm. Uncle Tom picked his wife up and carried her into the receiving room to lay her down on the sofa. Elaine rushed away to get some sweetened water. "Should we call for a physician?" Beatrice asked her uncle, however Claudia's eyes fluttered open. Elaine was back with a glass of water and helped the fragile woman drink it. Aunt Claudia reached with her hand for Beatrice and she took it. Such terrible news. You. Poor child. She sobbed a little. Beatrice looked at her uncle again. Should we call someone? She asked again. But Aunt Claudia replied instead of him. No. I am quite all right now, it was just a passing weakness. To emphasize her words, she squeezed Beatrice's hand. Yet, Beatrice still had her doubts. Are you really all right? She waved with her other hand. It's my illness, it comes and goes, but I am well now. Do not trouble yourself with the thoughts of it any longer. She tried to reassure them all. Uncle Tom looked reassured. So Beatrice took it at face value as well. He turned toward her now that the incident with his wife was settled. I want you to tell me everything about what happened to you, my brother and his sweet wife. Uncle Tom commanded. Sighing, Beatrice nodded. Yes, Uncle. Despite Beatrice's protests, Annie joined in on that conversation. Sitting at the kitchen table, Uncle Tom patiently waited for her to have some supper before asking her again to explain what happened. So. She did. It was very difficult to express everything she was feeling with mere words. The images kept dancing in front of her eyes, and it was as if she was reliving all of them once again. At times she had to pause to collect herself, and her audience waited patiently for her to manage that and continue with her narrative. Uncle Tom took her hand at some point, offering his strength and support in silence, and she was grateful. At times like these, that was all one needed. The knowledge you are not alone. He remained calm throughout her tale. The only indicator showing his true emotions was the subtle redness of his face. Unfortunately, he was increasingly getting redder as her story continued to evolve. It was hard telling Uncle Tom about being tormented by some madman inside her own house, yet it was almost unbearable to describe for him the discovery of her parents' lifeless bodies, while feeling such deep feelings of despair and powerlessness. That was something she never wanted to feel in her life again, and she felt guilty to be inflicting such pain to someone else in return, just by sharing her story. You poor child. Aunt Claudia sobbed, taking her other hand before she placed that same hand on her own forehead. Are you all right, Auntie? Beatrice wanted to know. I feel lightheaded again. I can only imagine how you must feel. Nobody could. But that was quite all right. Beatrice didn't want this type of pain inflicted on anyone. Would you care for another glass of water? Beatrice asked her. Aren't you just the sweetest? Uncle Tom remained sitting down, quiet, looking at Beatrice's hand that he was still holding. And that troubled her. She caused such havoc to this family. Maybe I shouldn't have come. I am terribly sorry for disturbing your peace, for burdening you in such manner, but I was really desperate and in need of safe haven. Beatrice tried to justify herself. He suddenly looked at her, incredulously. Never apologize. We are family, sweetie. And, of course, you can stay here, forever if you will. He offered with a small smile. Even though there was no doubt in her mind that would be the case, it was still good to hear him say that to her. It calmed her on such a deep level. A level she wasn't even aware existed. Thank you, Uncle Tom. She expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. He patted her on the cheek. Claudia will take care of your accommodations, fix you up into your room so you can remain here, where it's safe. Uncle Tom said, then looking away. His face became remorseful. I should have made an effort and stayed in touch. He said softly as if that would change the course of destiny. Beatrice wished there was some way to reassure him. None of this is your fault, Uncle Tom. She replied honestly, but he shook with his head. Maybe I should travel back to New York and try to push the investigation forward. See if there is any news. It was clear he was thinking out loud in order to process everything. Yet Beatrice was becoming alarmed. She didn't want him to go anywhere. Aunt Claudia shared her sentiment, making a subtle noise like a field mouse in surprise. Tom. Aunt Claudia said sternly. You cannot do that. We need you here. However, he interrupted her. This is my younger brother we're speaking about. Despite the fact that we haven't seen one another in a long time, I still love him. No one is arguing that. Claudia Foster countered. Someone harmed his family, mine as well. He sighed, placing his head into his hands. There has to be something I can do. Uncle Tom. Please calm down. Beatrice tried to plead with him. He lifted his head to look at her. Beatrice, I will make sure that you are safe from harm's way, just as my brother wished you to be. He promised with fiery eyes, and Beatrice was convinced. Nathan wanted to ram his head into the brick wall. Not that he had one available. But still, that was the sentiment he was having, and more to the point, he wanted to do it again and again. Now that the dust settled, so to speak, he couldn't quite believe he behaved in such manner with a woman, any woman for that matter, yet especially with that one in particular for some reason. You acted like a juvenile fool. He chastised himself. Nathan was mortified and cross at himself all at the same time. It must be some type of temporary insanity, because there was no other explanation. That would have to satisfy him. You are an utter scoundrel, Nate, frightening her like that. Nathan really couldn't explain what came over him, but the instant he saw her eating with such pure delight, he felt the need to engage with her in some fashion. Sadly, he blew it. He would be lucky if the poor girl ever spoke to him again after the way he played with her. If I ever see her again, Nathan corrected himself. How strange. His heart was pounding a bit irregularly. Why the long face? Lost your favorite spurs again? Joseph jibed. And Nathan opened his mouth to tell him the truth but held his tongue. You are insane, a complete loon. He snapped at himself. Joseph would gloat until the end of days if he told him about a girl he met in Helena. Actually, it was my favorite hat, but that is quite all right. I'll simply take yours. Nathan replied instead with a straight face, and Joseph quickly lost all interest. Are you coming? Joseph inquired. No. Nathan wanted to say. He wanted to stay right where he was, on his porch, running himself mad with all kinds of questions about his mystery girl. Not that she was his. Get a grip of yourself, Nathan. You are acting like a damn fool. Yes. Let's go, he said with a sigh, standing up. There was work to be done, and who knew? Maybe then he could forget about some stupid thing he did. Unfortunately, he feared the chances of something like that occurring were very small. Beatrice looked at her uncle. He is such a fine man. There must be some way to repay his kindness. At present, he looked haunted, lost among his thoughts, and Beatrice could relate. They all had haunting ghosts. Tom, what are you thinking about so profusely? Aunt Claudia wanted to know. He shrugged. I still believe there is something I must do to remedy this. Yes, Benjamin and I haven't spoken in a long time. Yet I still feel I owe him as much. You cannot possibly go to New York and leave me here alone. Aunt Claudia jumped to conclusions. No. I was not planning on going, that was a silly notion, but perhaps send words. Uncle Tom replied. Yet that didn't sit well with Beatrice. I do believe that would be unwise, Uncle. He looked at her, not fully understand her meaning. This is something I must do for my family. He was adamant. Beatrice wanted to reply yet struggled to find proper words. Luckily a very stubborn Scottish woman knew just what to say, and how, instead. Mr. Foster. Elaine started, in her usual calm way. Take just one moment to think about what you would be doing. I simply want to know what happened to my brother and his wife. He countered instantly. Beatrice wanted that too, however she strongly believed this was not the proper way to achieve it. If Benjamin was in some kind of trouble, why didn't he ask for help? Uncle Tom continued, unaware of her little reverie. Yet his words snapped her out of it. Uncle Tom is feeling guilty, Beatrice realized, and wasn't the only one. This tragedy isn't something any of us could foresee. Elaine tried to reassure him. It was apparent he wanted to argue back, yet Elaine didn't let him have a chance. Besides, if you write to the lawman in New York, you will be endangering your family. Your niece, Beatrice. His eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected to hear something as such. I do implore you to think about it. Elaine continued. If you start your inquiry now, demanding answers, whoever is searching for Beatrice will know she reached out to you, and then she will be discovered here. Over my dead body. He grumbled. And then all of this would be in vain. Elaine spoke over him, still using that same calm, stern way of hers. Tom Foster took a deep breath and then another. Eventually, still frowning, he lowered his head again. Beatrice detested seeing him so defeated and in pain. Alas! That was something they all were feeling at the moment. You will help Beatrice the most if you do not reveal her location and make sure she is safe and protected here. Elaine concluded. But I cannot simply sit around and do nothing. I will go mad. His voice shook ever so slightly. I want to learn why this is happening to our family as well, Uncle Tom. Beatrice decided to voice her opinion. Yet, I do believe we need to wait a bit for the dust to settle before returning to the city. We? Uncle Tom asked in confusion. Yes. Beatrice replied, nodding. I would very much like your help, Uncle Tom, in discovering who did this to Mom and Dad. Of course. He replied instantly, without a thought. It will be as you wish. We will lay low for a while and then find a way to uncover the truth, he proclaimed. The three women collectively sighed in relief. You gave me quite a scare, Aunt Claudia complained. Uncle Tom walked over and kissed his wife on the forehead. I'm sorry, Claudia, I wasn't thinking straight. I forgive you, you old fool. She replied, and that lightened the mood ever so slightly, making them all smile. After the matter was settled, Aunt Claudia took Beatrice to do what she craved the most: refresh herself with a nice warm bath. The water was heated for her in the huge fireplaces, then poured in the wooden tub. She felt like crying tears of joy, stripping her ragged clothes and submerging into that pure delight. Oh, my! She exclaimed. Elaine helped her scrub her back, then washed her hair with the bar of the most fragrant lavender soap she ever used. It soothed her skin and mind like nothing else could. Beatrice helped the old woman do the same once she was finished. The Thunderbolt Ranch residents, old and new, reassembled afterward and spent the rest of the evening remembering the good old days, when Beatrice's father and Uncle Tom were young lads and causing all kinds of trouble. Naturally, there was some crying, grieving involved as well. It brought them all closer together as a family. How are James and Magdalena? Beatrice asked at some point. They were Uncle Tom and Aunt Claudia's children. Mag just sent word that she is with child again, Aunt Claudia answered with pride. And James just got promoted in the bank he works at. He settled last spring as well. Beatrice was glad to hear her cousins were happy. I just wish they lived closer to home, Uncle Tom added. Would be nice to see them more often. He loves his children very much, Beatrice thought to herself. While Uncle Tom spoke about his children, he had a very distinctive twinkle in his eyes. Her father had looked at her in the same fashion. And she was glad they were the same in that regard as well. They really are two pieces cut from the same cloth. Being with Uncle Tom made her miss her father more, yet less at the same time. When Beatrice couldn't stay up any longer, she said her goodnights and retired to her room. Thanks to all the excitement that became a part of her life, Beatrice had no trouble falling asleep, even though the last image before her dreams claimed her were of that scoundrel that played tricks on her. That made her blood boil. She didn't like being painted a fool. Unfortunately, once she fell asleep, the nightmares started to come. In them, no matter how hard she tried, ran, begged for help, she simply couldn't get away from the assassin that was upon her, hunting her relentlessly, simply waiting for an opportunity to end her life and reunite her with her parents. Beatrice woke up in a cold sweat, screaming from the top of her lungs. And sadly, that wasn't the only time she did that. Chapter 8. For days, Nathan tried to go to Helena at all times during the day and night in hopes he would get a chance to see his mystery lady again. He called her that despite the fact she did not look like one. Her clothes were plain and rather raggedy. And she ate in the middle of the road as if she was famished to death. Yet, there was something distinct about her. Something that suggested she was more than meets the eye, and that intrigued him. Alas, it was all in vain. What if she did not stay here? That filled him with uneasiness, thinking this was just a passing stop for her. If only he saw the rider, or that coach. Oh! Snap out of it, Nate. You are dangerously close to sounding like some girl with an infatuation. Even Joseph noticed something was amiss with Nathan and tried to beat the truth out of him. Not that he succeeded in such an endeavor. Nathan was strolling down Main Street, driving himself mad, as was usual in the last couple of days. Of course, I am not infatuated, he told himself sternly. His curiosity was purely logical. Despite what he told Joseph about meeting his future bride, he didn't mean it literally. So, he wanted to find this girl simply to offer his sincere apologies. Nothing more, he was adamant. The other part of him laughed at his attempts to explain his strange behaviors, but Nate ignored that. I heard the Fosters are having visitors from New York. Nathan accidentally overheard Mrs. Connors conversing with Madame Mab, and for some unexplained reason he slowed down his pace. A few other women were gathered in front of Madame Mab's shop. Coincidentally, that was one of Joseph's favorite places in Helena. Not because he particularly liked women's clothing or anything else that went with it, but because he could learn the entire town's latest news and whispers simply by spending some time with these ladies. Madame Mab nodded, deciding to reply to such news. Oh, yes. I already met the cousin that came to visit them. We rode together from Crownsville. Such a fine young lady, Beatrice Foster is her name. And her old nan is Elaine. A very intriguing woman indeed. Scottish. That turned a few gasps, even though Nathan couldn't quite understand why. But everything said about Beatrice piqued his interest. Is that her? Good day, Nathan. Madame Mab greeted him and all the other women turned to look at him. Maybe he wasn't as covert as he hoped he was. Good day, ladies. He greeted them. Just taking a stroll? Madame Mab asked, looking at him with a small smirk across her face. As if she knew something. Or maybe that was just his imagination, running wild. Luckily, Nathan knew how to think quickly on his feet. I actually came here to speak with you. If you don't mind. Madame Mab's smile grew bigger. Certainly. She gestured for him to follow her inside. Nathan felt a bit strange surrounded with all those feminine items. Things he did not even know names of or what they were used for, yet he was standing in the middle of a store full. And why? Because somewhere along the way he became an utter nutter. That apparently started to rhyme as well. What is the matter, my dear? Madame Mab inquired. Taking his hat off, he came a bit closer to not let anyone else in on their little conversation. I was with Father Isaiah the other day and he told me how Father Matthew has a nasty cough again. Nathan explained. Father Matthew was a former missionary who eventually came to Helena. Fell in love with the town and its surrounding beauties. He could have run his own church someplace else. Yet he decided to stay here and help Father Isaiah every so often. Nathan was prepared to ask his housekeeper, Mrs. Clara, to prepare something, but this worked rather nicely as well. Madame Mab nodded in understanding. I will prepare some of my famous cough remedies and take it to him as soon as possible. That is mighty kind of you, Nathan replied. And you, Nathan Foster, were such a nice boy, yet you turned into a fine man. Fine man, indeed. She returned the favor in kind. Oh please, stop. You will make me blush, and ruin my fierce reputation. Nathan joked, trying to mask his uneasiness. He didn't like being praised in any way. He did what he thought was right. Nothing more, or less. They both laughed. Then he had another thought. Say, when will you throw one of your parties, again? Nathan inquired with a smile. I have a craving for your delicious meat pies. Madame Mab chuckled. That is a great idea, Nathan. We haven't gathered in such manner in ages. And it's not as if I need a reason to throw a party. She winked. I'm so pleased. Nathan's words were sincere. Plus, Madame Mab continued to think aloud. It would be a great way of bringing the Fosters to meet everybody. The Fosters? Nathan replied innocently. Oh, yes. Tom and Claudia have some relatives visiting from New York. Interesting. Yes, one of them is Tom's niece. Such a fine young lady. You would like her. Nathan certainly hoped so. Yet, at the same time, he decided not to get his hopes up. Then I will look forward to meeting her. Nathan replied politely. Just send the word about the precise date and time, and I will certainly come. Perfect. Madame Mab replied in delight, as if all of this was her idea in the first place. Not that Nathan minded. Oh. And bring that poor boy with you. Madame Mab added as an afterthought. Who? Joseph? Yes. Certainly. Nathan said, barely keeping a straight face at Madame Mab's description of Joseph. He would make sure to repeat it to poor Joseph himself. With that settled, Nathan excused himself, suddenly feeling a sudden lightness in his step. Life settled quite nicely for Beatrice in some unusual rhythm. Unusual simply for the fact it was so different from her New York life. Here, at the Thunderbolt Ranch, life was not what she was accustomed to being, to say the least. And truth be told, Elaine settled into it more easily than Beatrice. Elaine joked that was due to the fact that she had a lifetime experience being raised at a farm and later in life having the privilege of raising and taking care of a wild thing such as Beatrice, but that was not it. At least not completely. Elaine was simply good at everything, a quality Beatrice always admired and tried to strive for. Yet, at this matter, Beatrice was simply lacking. To begin with, she wasn't even dressed properly for farm life. Unfortunately, since Aunt Claudia was much shorter and smaller, none of her dresses fit Beatrice. Iota T was strange for her to be in a state of such ignorance. She didn't like it one bit. In her usual circle of friends and family, she had no problem shining, yet here, she was at a constant loss. It was such an awakening and humbled feeling. However, Beatrice set her mind to learn, and that was exactly what she did. All day. Every day. Pretty soon she discovered she loved watching her uncle work. "What are you doing today, Uncle Tom?" She would greet him in such fashion every morning, at the crack of dawn, with that same question. His answers would vary, of course: fixing a barn roof, bringing the cattle in, taking them out to roam for a while, making a new hen house for Aunt Claudia. Once she got her answer, she would politely ask if she could come along. At first, he protested, not wanting her to overexert herself. Though he was such a kind soul, it wasn't too difficult for Beatrice to persuade him to see things her way. And what is that? Beatrice was fascinated with everything, even the simplest of tools. She was grateful her Uncle Tom was patient as well, simply because her questions were constant and never-ending. Of course, not long passed, and Beatrice wanted to do more than just observe men and women working all day. More than anything, Beatrice wanted to be of use. More to the point, laboring on the ranch beat thinking about who killed her parents and who still wanted to kill her. Within about a fortnight of her arrival, Beatrice felt more at ease. Rested, despite sparsely having nightmares, and settled enough to actually start working. Yet, to do that, she needed proper attire. The few dresses she brought with her were too lavish for this setting, so she wanted to ask her uncle to go with her to town to buy some fabric and make something more appropriate. She did not want to bother Andy with such affairs, knowing she needed to rest more considering her peculiar condition. Beatrice made some inquiries about Andy regarding her health. But all Uncle Tom shared was that physician told them after a thorough examination how her body is too frail, and her nerves cannot handle overexertion or emotional strain. So she was prone to fainting. Alas! Her aunt was having one of her episodes, and he needed to stay close to home. Beatrice felt very sorry for the poor woman since that must be a terrible illness. Yet, at the same time, something felt odd to her about that. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, yet it was nagging at the back of her mind. Nevertheless, the fact that a physician never visited the ranch during Beatrice's stay, despite the fact that her aunt fainted quite regularly, troubled her as well. All in all, Beatrice simply decided to walk to town. "Uncle Tom, may I go to town today?" she asked him after breakfast. "Of course, sweetie, ask Ben to give you a ride." "Oh, that's quite all right. I don't want to bother anyone," Beatrice replied instantly. "I'll walk." He looked at her for a moment. "Are you sure? It's quite a stretch." "Yes," she replied with utmost conviction. "I would very much like to stretch my legs." He chuckled at her joke. "Very well," he allowed. "Just let me give you a couple of coins." "I have my own," Beatrice interrupted him. "Nonsense." Uncle Tom was having none of it and wouldn't let her leave until she accepted what he so freely offered. Beatrice decided to buy something for him and Andy with that money. The walk was invigorating. By the time she reached Helena, Beatrice was breathing hard and flushed, yet felt refreshed and happy at the same time. The land was truly lovely, and it felt nice to be alone, surrounded by such beauty, and actually believe everything would turn out to be all right. "I miss you, Mom. Dad," she sent her prayers to the heavens. "And I wish you could be here with me. I think you would like it, too, if you gave it a chance." Yes. She still had nightmares about the thing that forced her to flee New York. Was worried about being discovered here, and not finding her parents' killer. Yet at the same time, she felt somewhat at peace living at her uncle's house. It was easy to think all of those troubles happened to someone else while being in Helena. It was strange, having such strong opposing thoughts reside inside her. However, it was still true. Locating Madame Mab's shop took no effort at all. She could even see, in the distance, the exact place where she encountered that strange man, though she banished that thought immediately. He didn't deserve a space inside her head. Madame Mab was very happy to see her. "Beatrice." She greeted her with a smile. "This is a true fortune," she exclaimed. "I came to visit, just as I promised." Beatrice replied in the same fashion. "And I am very happy you did. You saved me some time." Beatrice looked at her questioningly. "Time, madam?" "Yes, I was about to send word to your uncle's ranch." "Word?" Beatrice parroted again. "I'm hosting a small dinner party at the end of this week on Sunday, and I wanted particularly you, and your family, of course, to attend." Beatrice was honored. Truly? She was excited by the prospect of attending her first Helena party. "Yes," Madame Mab replied with a smile. "It's a great opportunity for you to meet all the townspeople. I know they are all dying to meet you." "I am grateful for your invitation and will make sure to attend," Beatrice replied politely. It would be wonderful to meet all the people she heard all about during dinners at the Foster household. "Marvelous," Madame Mab replied, clearly pleased with her reply. All right. She continued, clapping with her hands. Now that is all settled, tell me why you came here today? She inquired. Snapping her from her musings, Beatrice replied. Oh, yes. I do require some fabrics. All right, what kind? I realized how my attires are not suited for the ranch. So I would like to make some new ones that would be more appropriate. Beatrice explained. Madame Mab pondered about that for a moment. Let me see what I have for you here, she said eventually, gesturing for Beatrice to follow her to a very specific rack. They spent the next half hour choosing something that was most suitable for Beatrice. She wholly let Madame Mab in charge, and afterward, she was very satisfied with the choices she made. I will finally be able to do more while living at the ranch, Beatrice cheered. More to the point, she couldn't wait to get home to share her news with everybody. She was quite excited she was going to the party, and who knew, maybe her secret wish would come true, and she would finally meet this local hero everybody was talking about. Beatrice was not easily smitten, especially not with a man she hadn't even met. Yet she still found Nathan Walsh quite intriguing. She was excited by the prospect of discovering if the stories about the hero matched the reality of the man. A very small yet loud part of her wished he did. Wouldn't that be just a dream? Chapter 9. Beatrice was rather excited about attending her first dinner party in Helena. All the preparations and rituals she did beforehand reminded her of her previous life. With a great deal of help from Elaine, she made sure her hair was done just the right way. And she chose one of her old dresses to wear for the occasion. Not the most lavish one, truth be told, she did not bring anything too ostentatious, yet she still wanted to make a great first impression. So she chose something that would stand out, yet at the same time not be over the top. In the end, she was very much pleased with the result. Honey, you look beautiful, her uncle commented once she came down. Divine, Aunt Claudia added. I'm sure many suitors will come knocking on our door afterward. She only half joked. However, that was not something that was on Beatrice's mind at all. She did not want a suitor. All her thoughts and prayers were aimed at one goal, one cause. And that was to discover what happened to her parents. Nothing more, nothing less. Naturally, in the meantime, she would try to enjoy herself, if only a bit, for her parents' sake. Let us go then, Uncle Tom urged. The three women rode in the carriage, while Uncle Tom was on horseback alongside them, keeping them safe. Getting to Madame Mab's house took no time at all. She lived in Helena, not too far away from her store. The dinner party was not what Beatrice expected. First of all, it was thrown in the back garden, which was huge and filled with flowers. Madame Mab had confessed unto her that gardening was somewhat of a passion for her, and it showed. The garden looked lavish and beautiful. The perfect setting for the gathering of people who wanted to spend some time together and share a meal. Some of the people brought instruments, which cheered Beatrice to no end. She adored music. Also, everyone participated in preparing the meal. Most brought side dishes, some Beatrice could not even name but was eager to try, and the rest was prepared on the spot. Everything, all the commotion, fascinated her because it felt as if a great family gathered after a long time and were just so happy to see one another and enjoy some delicious food. The assembly was very much apart from what she was accustomed to in New York. Everything back there was strict and posh. Yet Beatrice discovered she preferred it this way. She felt more at peace, at home at a place where people did not have to watch their every word, every step. Dinner parties in New York could get rather exhausting. Yet Beatrice felt invigorated here and in high spirits to meet everyone. Everyone is so nice, Beatrice thought to herself in surprise. While people in New York pretended, here, it was plain on all the faces they were genuinely pleased she was there. She even spotted Mr. Mitchelson, the fine gentleman who was so kind as to give Elaine and herself a ride to the Thunderbolt Ranch. Beatrice made sure to greet him and share a few words with him while her aunt and uncle conversed with other guests on the party. Beatrice, my dear, Madam Mab called out to her. "Yes, madam?" Beatrice asked in return. "Would you be a dear and entertain us for a bit? It's always better to work up the appetite." She provided, knowingly. "Certainly." Beatrice replied instantly, assuming the best position in the garden so everybody could see and hear her. All talk stopped and people gathered around her in curiosity. "Now that I have their attention, what am I to do?" she mused, in excitement. Beatrice decided to recite a monologue from her favorite play. By the reaction of the people, she knew she made the right decision. Most importantly, for the first time in her entire life, Beatrice felt no pressure while performing. And the townspeople still loved her performance. The experience felt liberating. By the time she stopped, a few women silently sobbed, dabbing their eyes. A few men had something in their eyes as well, but that was ignored. "Bravo, splendid, well done." People cheered, so Beatrice gave a little curtsy. Alas, that was when it happened. Just when she was having the most fun, forgetting about all her woes for only an instant, everything changed. Madam Mab sent her inside the house to bring a shawl for her aunt, who was starting to get weak again. "I will go look for it, my dear." Elaine offered, yet Beatrice shook her head. "No need, my dear Nan. Stay at the party and enjoy yourself. I will be quick about it," she added with a wink. "Are you suggesting I wouldn't be? You cheeky girl." Elaine laughed just the way Beatrice intended. Beatrice rushed inside to do her bidding when she smacked into someone by accident. A pair of strong hands steadied her, or she would certainly have fallen down. "I beg your pardon." She apologized instantly before she saw who got into her way. It was that same annoying person from the town that told her lies about a regular dog. The nerve on him. The scoundrel in question smiled down on her when he saw her. That was the sentiment she could not return as he made her blood boil. Beatrice stepped out of his embrace. "You." She breathed out that single word as if it was the vilest insult. He inclined his head, looking at her from head to toe. She did not appreciate being scrutinized in such a fashion. "I have to say, miss," he started conversationally. "Looking at you the other day, I would not believe there was a lady hidden behind all that dirt and rag." Beatrice's eyes widened in surprise. She could not believe he just told her that. "I wish I could say the same to you, sir. However, that would be an utter license no matter the attire. You are still a scoundrel." She snapped back. "Excuse me." She tried to walk past him, unfortunately. He would not let her. He shook his head as if troubled. "I don't know what came over me. I must ap." Tom Foster entered inside at that moment, interrupting them. Clearly, Beatrice was held up too long, a notion that vexed her even further. Her uncle smiled when he spotted her company. "Nathan, I see you are fashionably late." Her uncle jested, and the other man looked embarrassed, which took her by surprise. "Just overworked," he defended himself. "It is good to see you," Uncle Tom continued. "And I see you already met my niece, Beatrice. She came visiting from New York." "Nathan?" Beatrice's mind spiraled. "Please. He can't be." The other man offered one of his smiles again and a low bow while her uncle continued to speak. "Beatrice. This is one of the finest men in Helena. Nathan Walsh." Beatrice gawked at him. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "It's an honor to meet you, Miss Beatrice," Nathan Walsh stated. "This is Nathan Walsh?" The man she heard so much about is the man who embarrassed her twice now. "Oh no. Pleased to meet you, too." Beatrice rushed over the pleasantries, then turned toward her uncle. "Uncle, did Auntie send you? I will go look for her shawl immediately," she added. Hat was a great way for her to move away from Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh. The name sounded ridiculous to her. No need. Sweetie. You stay and keep Nathan some company while I take care of your aunt. Uncle Tom said cheerfully, then dashed away before she got an opportunity to protest. Blast. She wanted to curse. What am I to do now? Mr. Nathan Walsh looked at her with amusement. So Beatrice composed herself. This time she was not going to let him get the best of her. This time she would win. Nathan was very pleased with this turn of events. By the looks of it, he was the only one. His mystery girl, whom he then knew was called Beatrice Foster, made a sour face hearing his name. She composed rather quickly, raising her chin ever so slightly. Yet that was not the reaction he was hoping for. Not that he could blame her after the way he acted. He managed to scare her half to death with his idiotic jest, and now he insulted her when all he wanted to do was apologize, and that was honest-to-God truth. Looking at her now, something occurred to him. Did he really scare her that much the other day? She was scared. Yes. Yet she was quick to follow his lead, instantly trusting him. And there were no tears involved as one would expect from a fragile lady in distress. Afterward, when she realized the truth, her face became all flushed and eyes sparkly. And there was no hesitation on her part to put him in his place. He couldn't believe he failed to notice all that before. Beatrice was embarrassed he managed to do that to her. Nathan caught her off guard and she didn't appreciate that one bit. The fear was secondary for her, and that showed character. Interesting, he mused. Realizing all this cheered him to no end for some reason. Miss Beatrice. Nathan started, but all of a sudden he felt tongue-tied. All he needed to do was apologize and hope she would accept it. A part of him doubted such an outcome very much. Especially after today. What got into you? You, loon. He chastised himself. Simply apologize, and when she says no, work for it. Nathan tried again. Her chin rose even higher. Excuse me. I believe Madame Mab is calling for me. And with that, she walked away. That was a lie, of course, since his ears worked splendidly. And he did not hear anything. That cheeky girl, Nathan thought. Looking after her. He deserved that. Nathan was aware of that. You were an idiot, he muttered to himself, wanting to smack himself across the forehead. All he had to do was say, I apologize for my poor behavior. There is no excuse for it, and I pray you will find it in your heart to forgive me. So we can start anew. Is that really so hard to pronounce? Apparently, yes. But why? What was so special about Beatrice Foster that made him behave in such an unusual fashion? He did not know the answer to that question. At least, not yet. Nathan wanted to go after her even though a part of him warned it was a terrible idea, considering he enraged her with his comment yet again. Me and my big mouth. Truth be told, she looked lovely, divine even. Alas! This rational part of the brain stopped working the minute he saw her. This damn fool took his place instead. Deciding he still wanted to speak with her anew, he exited the house and started searching for her in the garden. Unfortunately, Madame Mab's garden resembled a forest. So it took him a while. Suddenly, Miss Susanna appeared in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. Nathan greeted her politely. She looked rather pleased to see him and quite animatedly started to tell him something, yet his mind was elsewhere. Can we continue this at some later time? I am needed elsewhere. Do pardon me, Nathan said in one breath, excusing himself when he saw Beatrice. The angels must have conspired against him because Joseph appeared in front of him next. Seemingly out of nowhere, yet again preventing him to reach his goal. What is with you? He demanded. Nathan wanted to know the same thing. What was with all the people today? Why all the interruptions? Was God having a rest day and decided to play for a bit with him? Are you having a great time? Nathan tried to deflect. Yet Joseph saw right through that. "I saw you conversing with Miss Susanna. What was that all about?" Nathan had no clue. He didn't hear a word she said to him. Just as he wasn't listening to Joseph now. He found her. Madame Mab was telling her something, and she was nodding back. Miraculously, Madame Mab looked at him next and waved for him to join them. "I have to go, my friend. The hostess is asking for me," he murmured while he was already halfway there. "You waved," he joked. Yet Beatrice did not even bat an eyelash. Tough crowd. Just as he feared. "Nathan, would you be a dear and help Joseph bring out my piano to the patio? Beatrice is going to play something for us." "Certainly," Nathan replied as Beatrice said. "That is quite all right, I do not need a piano." Was she refusing because of him? Nathan couldn't help but wonder. "Your Elaine said you prefer to play while you sing," Madame Mab argues. "You do not have to be shy, my dear." "Sometimes, I do," Beatrice hedged. "But I planned on singing something a bit different," she explained without revealing too much. "Are you sure?" Madame Mab wanted to make sure. "I'm sure Nathan doesn't mind the labor." "He doesn't," Nathan agreed. Unfortunately, she completely ignored him. "I am," she told Madame Mab. And the matter was settled. "I will definitely have to double up my efforts." Not that he minded. Madame Mab announced Beatrice would be singing, and everyone settled down to listen, thus successfully snapping her from her reverie. Beatrice remained standing on the porch. Unfortunately, she could see with the corner of her eye how Mr. Walsh settled on the porch as well, nonchalantly leaning against the supportive beam and her jaw clenched. "Relax, Beatrice. He is of no importance." And that helped her focus. Since she did not have a piano, and she refused one to be carried out, to not be in Mr. Walsh's debt in any way, Beatrice decided to sing something different from what she usually sang to her parents' friends. Besides, something was telling her the usual repertoire would bore this crowd to death. It was not to suggest these fine people had no taste. They simply preferred to enjoy different things, which was more than fine with her. So she decided to sing one of the Highland folk songs that Elaine taught her. She used to sing her all sorts of songs as lullabies when she was little, but this one was one of her favorites. Closing her eyes, Beatrice finally opened her mouth and started to sing. Chapter 10. Beatrice started singing. Softly at first, as the song required it. Yet pretty soon she developed quite a momentum. She loved singing it since it allowed her to really let her voice out to its furthest reach. Overall, Beatrice rather enjoyed the whole experience. Luckily, she was not the only one who relished her performance. There was not a dry eye amongst the townspeople of Helena when she finally sang the last note, which was followed by a heartbeat of silence. "You are an angel. Marvelous." Madame Mab was the first one who recovered and started applauding. Beatrice curtsied as everyone started to cheer. "Thank you, kindly," she replied to all. "Is there anything you can't do with perfection?" a man's voice asked behind her. Beatrice turned her head so she could look at Mr. Walsh over her shoulder. "Apparently, I cannot get far away from you," she replied instantly before walking away. Maybe that was a bit harsh, she started to doubt herself, yet it couldn't be helped. That man simply infuriated her. Besides, everyone was smitten by him. But Beatrice wasn't fooled. Nathan Walsh wasn't the man they all thought he was, plain and simple. Beatrice remembered to return a smile on her face before joining her aunt and uncle. "Your mother would be so proud," her Aunt Claudia complimented, and Uncle Tom nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Auntie." Throughout the evening, Beatrice could not shake the thoughts about Nathan Walsh from her mind. Perhaps it was all in her imagination. Yet she felt as if he was stalking her all night. Is he afraid I would share my tale about our encounter and his poor behavior and thusly ruin his carefully cultivated reputation? Beatrice couldn't help but wonder, and she would never do that. She simply wasn't that kind of a woman. Besides, she felt embarrassed he got the best of her, and since the only thing bruised was her own pride, she would remain silent. "Dinner is ready," Madame Mab announced. Extra oil lamps were brought up and candles lit so they could stay outside to dine. Beatrice thought of it as magical. Looking at the big spread lit by candlelight and surrounded by Madame Mab's beautiful garden. It was rather picturesque, and Beatrice wished there was some way she could capture it forever. As she strained really hard, trying to imprint as much as was possible to memory. Beatrice sat next to her aunt, wanting to make herself available if she started to get sick again. Assuming Elaine would take the empty seat to her left. Alas! She was wrong. Unfortunately, Mr. Nathan Walsh appeared out of nowhere. Yet again looking at the chair as a wolf would its prey. "Is this seat taken?" he inquired politely. "Yes," she wanted to say, yet remained silent. Although she did not want, by any circumstances, to have him sitting next to her. She couldn't be openly rude toward him, despite the fact he deserved it. "Of course not. Please sit with us, Nathan," Aunt Claudia sing-sung to Beatrice's chagrin. "Don't mind if I do," Nathan replied with a smile. "Beatrice does need some fresh company, closer to her own age. I believe she's grown tired of us." "Not at all, Auntie." Beatrice was quick to reassure her, ignoring her previous remark. She most certainly did not need fresh company, especially if it was the company of that man. Her aunt was only trying to help, she was aware of that. Yet Beatrice rather wished, prayed even, for her to stop. Nathan Walsh sat down, fully turning toward her. A notion she ignored. Her napkin was far more fascinating at the moment. "Just stay calm, Beatrice," she urged herself. "You handled an assassin, fled your home and traveled across the country in some rather poor conditions. Nathan Walsh does not even register on the same scale." That notion calmed her immensely. "How is your health, Mrs. Foster?" Nathan Walsh asked in conseil. "Arun, is it real or false?" Beatrice had to wonder. Aunt Claudia sighed. "Oh, my faints come and go, and it's a rather tiring experience. Yet I learned to live with it. And tonight, I feel rather wonderful." "I am happy to hear that. You should get out more," Mr. Walsh suggested. "I do not want to be a burden to my family." They continued to talk over Beatrice, which annoyed her. She really wished he would go and sit someplace else, or maybe she could do that? "I'm certain you are not." Nathan Walsh was quick to reassure her. "Of course not, Auntie." Beatrice felt the need to speak up. "We love you dearly, and Uncle Tom takes such good care of you." "That is true. I am fortunate to have such a wonderful husband. And now I have you, as well." Aunt Claudia patted her cheek. "Do you know," she continued addressing Nathan Walsh again, "that my dear niece works tirelessly on the ranch every day? For a city girl, she is quite humble and kind." "Really?" he countered, and Beatrice pretended she did not notice the true wonder in his voice. That was yet another slight, thinking she was useless. Just a porcelain doll, good for nothing. The nerve of that man. Yet she decided to let it go. There was no point in getting all riled up. He wanted that, so she wouldn't give him what he wanted the most. "I am happy to hear your niece is quite so versatile," he complimented. "Indeed." Aunt Claudia sighed again. "I just wish there is something else for her to do, other than follow her Uncle Tom all day at the ranch." Beatrice had to rebel to that. "I rather enjoy it. I learned a great deal already, and I like being of use." "I know, dear. But you need more in life than that," her aunt said in all seriousness, and Beatrice had to bite her tongue not to reply. She had so much more on her plate at the moment. It was overflooded, and the only way she could, at least for a bit, calm her troubled mind, was through work, and her aunt wanted her to have more time of leisure. I would go mad. Nathan, we would love it if you could come sometime to the ranch to visit us and Beatrice. Beatrice, who was in the process of drinking some water, almost choked on it. She could not believe her aunt just did that. Auntie. Yet Beatrice did not get to finish her sentence because Mr. Walsh said, "It would be my pleasure. We could go riding together," he suggested gallantly. "I do not know how to ride a horse, but thank you for your kind offer," Beatrice replied triumphantly, hoping this would stop all further talks about him coming to see her. "That is quite easily remedied," he replied, not missing a beat. "I shall come and give you some riding lessons instead." He smiled, inclining his head. Does he think this is a game? Beatrice's heart started beating a little faster. What will it take for this man to leave her alone? "I do not want to trouble you." Beatrice had to choose her words carefully since they were in such a large company. "It would be no trouble at all, but a pleasure." Nathan Walsh looked her straight in the eyes. Why is he acting in such fashion? Beatrice couldn't help but wonder, yet again. "Splendid!" Aunt Claudia exclaimed. "That is quite generous of you, Nathan. And I am sure Beatrice is grateful for your help, as well." Beatrice was not grateful at all. Alas, she could not quite say that in front of her family. So, she simply smiled at her aunt and took a bite to eat from her plate. This was going to be one long night, and not because of the nightmares. Beatrice would have to stay up all night thinking. She will need to use all her wits to stop this madness from happening. Nathan felt like kissing Beatrice's aunt for providing such a great opportunity for him to spend some time with Beatrice Foster. The whole night he racked his brain, causing himself a mighty migraine in the process. Trying to come up with an excuse, and a rather good one at that, to come to the Fosters' ranch to visit Beatrice. Who knew the opportunity would simply fall from the sky for him, all thanks to this delicate-looking kind woman. Perhaps there is such thing as the luck of the Irish, he joked. In all seriousness, Nathan knew he needed to make amends and show Beatrice he was not the man she thought of him to be. He couldn't quite fathom why that was of such importance to him, yet the urge to make things right was too vast to simply ignore it. So, naturally, when the opportunity arose he took it with both arms. Teaching Beatrice how to ride would be the best chance for him to show her who he really was. Beatrice Foster looked like she drank some vinegar during their exchange. As if not pleased what transpired between him and her aunt, yet protested only in the boundaries of propriety. Nathan felt like laughing yet managed to suppress that urge. It was his, and his fault alone, that she disliked him, and it was also on him to remedy that by any means necessary. "Would you care for some more corn?" he offered, yet Beatrice simply shook her head no. She ignored him completely during dinner no matter how hard he tried. She wouldn't be able to ignore me tomorrow when I show up at her doorstep, he thought to himself with a strange kind of delight. How about some beef? No, thank you. Actual words. Maybe that's progress, he joked. Nathan was going to do everything in his power to right his wrongs and win Beatrice's affection. To this, he vowed. "We had such a lovely time, thank you for having us, Mabel." Her aunt answered for all the Fosters to Madame Mab. Madame Mab clapped her hands, still in high spirits despite the fact that she was laboring all evening and being a perfect hostess. Beatrice was in awe of that woman. She hoped she would be half as accomplished as she was someday. "I am glad," she replied honestly. "And I do hope we will see one another more often in the future," she added. Beatrice's aunt made a face, and Beatrice knew her well enough by now to know what her reply would be. She preferred to stay at the ranch, and her illness, however wrong that sounded, was a perfect excuse. More to the point, Beatrice started to notice some things regarding her aunt. Yet she still hasn't felt confident or comfortable enough to share her wild theories with anyone, not even Elaine. "I can't promise that," Aunt Claudia replied with a shake of her head. Though I know Beatrice would be delighted to come in my stead. Beatrice liked that idea very much, so she reaffirmed her auntie's sentiment with her own. Marvelous. Madame Mab shared. I find that I rather do enjoy Beatrice's company, she is such a gem. That she is, Uncle Tom had to say. Beatrice didn't need all that high praise. Yet one truth was undeniable. She had a lovely time that evening. More accurately put, she felt enchanted. It felt good to be doing something she considered normal. Of course, dinner parties in Helena differed from the ones in New York. Yet their essence was the same, bringing people together to socialize and spend time of leisure and happiness. That was more prominent in Helena since most of these people worked really hard during their days. And a part of Beatrice found that was closer to her heart. Alas! As was usually the case in life, there was something that put a blemish to her experience. And it was in the form of one Nathan Walsh. That man rubbed her the wrong way. Beatrice could not fathom what everyone saw in him, because to her he was nothing more than a fool with no regard, dressed like a rancher. And why did he have to come and sit next to me? It bothered her to no end. He also followed her around, to the point where she saw him no matter where she turned, made cryptic comments and insulted her. Overall his behavior made no sense at all. Once they said their final goodbyes, Beatrice sighed happily inside their coach, relieved to be alone and be done with him for the evening. Beatrice? Aunt Claudia called out to her, and by the looks of it not for the first time. Beatrice replied absent-mindedly. What is it, child? You seem miles away. Aunt Claudia asked, wrapping herself more securely inside her shawl. It was starting to get a bit chilly while riding. Just tired. Beatrice replied, and if her words needed to be emphasized, she yawned. Did you have a good time? Uncle Tom wanted to know, riding alongside her. Oh, yes. Beatrice replied with a smile. Thank you for taking me, Uncle Tom. And that was no lie. Despite the fact she had to endure Mr. Walsh's presence, she rather enjoyed herself in meeting the people of Helena. She just hoped she would get invited to another one of those things in the future. And near future at that. Any time. Her uncle replied simply. I did not know you had such a fine voice. Her aunt changed the subject. My Mag is rather skillful as well, but there are no words to describe your voice, child. Simply divine. Thank you, Auntie. Beatrice replied, slightly embarrassed. No matter how many times she heard that, she still wasn't accustomed to such praise. To her, her voice was just that, her voice. If it pleased other people, that was enough of an award to her. It was God-given after all, so all the praise went to him and not to her. Here we are, home sweet home. Uncle Tom murmured to himself as they reached the house. Beatrice had mixed feelings about that statement since she did, in fact, start to feel about the ranch in that regard. On the other, she felt like betraying her parents for having them in the first place. Elaine? Beatrice inquired as the other woman was brushing her hair before bedtime, an old ritual they still both enjoyed. Do you believe my parents are disappointed in me? Why would you ask such a thing? Elaine paused, mid-brush. Beatrice explained what was troubling her. I just feel safe here. I think you are right where you are supposed to be, and your dear parents would be mighty proud of you. She delivered with such conviction Beatrice felt better. Once she retired for the night, Beatrice actually managed to fall asleep despite her previous claims. She did not dream about her assailant stalking her throughout the night trying to kill her, but rather about a certain pair of green eyes that belonged to a more peculiar fiend, which was a nightmare of a sort in its own right.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 11. Beatrice hummed to herself while she made a new petticoat for herself. Elaine sat next to her, doing the same. Beatrice, come quickly. Aunt Claudia called out for her, and Beatrice managed to prick her finger because of the suddenness. Leaving her endeavor, Beatrice rushed from her room downstairs since there was honest urgency in her aunt's voice. What happened? She wondered. Yes, Auntie? Beatrice asked in alarm, reaching her. Aunt Claudia simply smiled in return, which stunned her for a heartbeat or two. Then she took Beatrice's hands and beckoned her closer to the window in the receiving room. Look who decided to pay us a visit, she said in pure delight. Beatrice focused on the rider that was still in the distance. The only thing she could see was a man on horseback, yet under the hat, she could almost see a very recognizable, very red head of hair. No, no, no. Not him, please no. She pleaded the heavens, to no avail. All she could do was watch him approach the house at high speed. He is really coming. Beatrice hoped the exchange at the party was nothing more than passing politeness, yet here he was. She looked at Elaine, who followed her downstairs in alarm, as if pleading for help, yet her old governess simply laughed, mumbling something about young people, and returned to her task, leaving Beatrice alone with her aunt. And him? What does he want? Beatrice discovered too late she failed to use her inside voice for that question. Aunt Claudia looked at her questioningly, since her tone was not warm or welcoming. Isn't it quite obvious? Her aunt decided to answer her despite her rudeness. He has taken a shine to you, she explained in a voice that suggested that was the most obvious thing in the world. Beatrice could only gawk in return, looking rapidly between the approaching rider and her aunt. That is not possible. She couldn't explain why that man decided to come as of now, perhaps to torment her a bit more with his rudeness and clever remarks. However, he most definitely did not take a shine to her and liked her in any way her aunt suggested. That is ridiculous and appalling at the same time. Regardless of his motives, Beatrice did not want any part in that charade. She would find a way to send him away immediately. What am I to do? Her mind rushed to find an excuse to not receive hi. Should I fabricate an illness? While she mused, her aunt dragged her outside to wait for her visitor on the front porch. This is rather exciting, her aunt said with the most radiant of smiles. Are you all right, Auntie? Do you feel weakened? Beatrice grabbed for a straw despite the fact that was quite wrong of her. I never felt better, Aunt Claudia announced. Beatrice, do smile a little. While the two women had their little exchange, the rider finally arrived and stopped his horse next to them. He dismounted in one smooth motion and smiled at them while looking a bit winded. Good day, ladies. You look lovely as ever, Nathan Walsh greeted them. Good day, Nathan. Aunt Claudia greeted him back, throwing Beatrice a knowing half-smile, which made Beatrice want to roll with her eyes in return. She greeted him with the incline of her head. What brings you here? Aunt Claudia inquired, as if she did not already know the answer to that question. If I faint now, would that be enough to make him go away? As promised, I came to offer my services as a riding tutor for your niece, Nathan explained, still wearing that same smile, which Beatrice found insulting. It appeared Mr. Nathan Walsh was still mocking her. That is mighty kind of you, Aunt Claudia said with gratitude. And I'm sure Beatrice feels you should not have bothered. Beatrice blurted out before she could stop herself. Now that the cat was out of the bag, she might as well finish. I do not wish to learn to ride, but I thank you regardless for your offer, and I apologize for the inconvenience of troubling you to come all this way today, Beatrice recited. Auntie looked at her incredulously, as if she grew an additional head and a tail at least, while Mr. Walsh continued to smile, which bothered her to no end. Beatrice, her aunt snapped, yet Mr. Walsh stepped forward, clearly having something to say. You are in the West, Miss Beatrice. He started as if she was not aware of that fact up until that moment, and he continued. It is imperative for everyone to learn to ride a horse. Here that is essential as breathing. That is clearly an exaggeration, Beatrice thought to herself, yet she was the only one. Precisely. Her aunt agreed. Even I know how to ride, although I seldom do because of my illness. Beatrice had to work really hard to keep her posture. Thank you for your advice, she replied politely. Yet, I decline. Nonsense, her aunt snapped, clearly losing patience with her. I apologize for my niece, Nathan. I do not know what came over her, but she will be happy to accept your offer. Her aunt accepted instead of her. Auntie. Beatrice started to protest. She did not care if she sounded like a petulant child. Beatrice did not want to spend her afternoon with this man. Period. Beatrice, listen to me, she said in a hushed voice, as if that would prevent Mr. Walsh from hearing their exchange. If Nathan was kind enough to come all this way for your own convenience, the least you can do is return the favor. Auntie Claudia was right to a degree. Her mother would have a fit as well if she refused a gentleman that came calling for any reason. As if seeing her wavering, Aunt Claudia started rubbing her temples. This is all starting to tire me. I might faint if you continue to vex me for no apparent reason. Beatrice instantly agreed, not wanting to cause her aunt additional pain. I am sorry, Auntie. Of course. You are right, I will learn to ride, Beatrice said reluctantly. Her aunt cheered immediately. Splendid. Which made Beatrice question her sincerity about her condition. Aunt Claudia wouldn't use her feints like this, would she? Regardless, Beatrice would not back away again, so she turned toward her visitor. Mr. Walsh, thank you for agreeing to be my tutor. And I apologize for my rudeness, Beatrice delivered despite the fact those words left a bad taste in her mouth, and as if he knew all that. The smile on his face grew even bigger. That is quite all right, Miss Beatrice. I am glad you changed your mind. Beatrice hadn't, yet the deed was done and now she was stuck. Good Lord, have mercy on me now. Nathan could barely contain himself not to laugh out loud. Beatrice's reactions to him were so pure and honest, which was a rare occurrence when everybody was more worried about propriety than anything else, that it amused him to no end. That was not to suggest she was without manners, quite the contrary. She was everything a young woman should be. Yet at the same time she was different, special, and he found that to be quite interesting. Also, it was quite amusing watching her while she tried really hard to find a way to abandon their little agreement. However, she could not simply walk away from him the way she did during Madame Mab's dinner party since her aunt was standing right there. A true happenstance, Nathan thanked the heavens. Go on, Beatrice, Mrs. Foster urged her. Just tell Jonathan to saddle you a suitable horse. Oh, that is quite all right. Nathan felt the urge to intervene. I brought my own. He gestured toward his horse. For our first lesson. You are a true gentleman, Mrs. Foster complimented. Do remember to drop by the house later before departure to have some refreshments. Yes, ma'am. With that settled, Mrs. Foster turned to her niece. Do try to enjoy yourself, Beatrice. Yet be careful. I will, Beatrice replied as Nathan said. She will. That earned him a glance from Beatrice that was not quite friendly, yet he ignored it. Once Mrs. Foster walked back into the house leaving them alone, Nathan gestured with his hand. Shall we? He urged. She simply continued to stand on the porch wishing for him to simply disappear. However, there was no chance of that happening any time soon. He was enjoying himself a great deal to allow something like that. Raising her chin ever so slightly, she nodded. We shall, she replied strongly, walking down the steps past him and continued to do so as if she already knew where they were going. She is adorable when acting like this, Nathan realized. Miss Beatrice, this way, he called out after her, so she adjusted her trajectory while he tried really hard once again not to laugh. He was in extremely high spirits. This is going to be splendid. They stayed inside the confines of the ranch, partly because her family would be more comfortable if they were close by, where they could be monitored, which was fine with Nathan. He was trying to prove he was not a scoundrel, after all, a notion she adopted purely on his rather poor behavior. Nathan was more than aware it was his entire fault. And partly because Mr. Tom Foster built a small training circle for the new horses that now worked splendidly to their advantage. Nathan made sure he behaved like a perfect gentleman this time. Since Beatrice was a fine young lady, she deserved to be treated as such, especially by him. The problem with such a notion was that he always had such plans. They were customary in any regard, though they tended to disappear for some reason when he was near her. Focus, Nathan, he urged himself. You are here because you have an elaborate plan, remember? All right, he said mostly to himself before addressing Beatrice. Let us begin. Nathan patted his favorite. This is Bailey, my favorite horse. One of. Just a horse. Oh my! Beatrice exclaimed, taking him by surprise. I believed it was some ghastly prairie beast, she delivered in all seriousness. So, she still held that against him. Good to know. Nathan inclined his head in reply. I suppose I deserved that. The look she gave him in return suggested there was nothing supposed about it. He deserved it, period. It was on the tip of Nathan's tongue to ask for permission to continue with his explanation, but thought better of it. There is a proper way of approaching the horse, he said instead, ignoring her last nonverbal comment, which irritated her just a bit. He noticed the way she set her lips in a thin line. This is not going the way I planned, and that tended to happen a lot around Miss Beatrice. For some reason, he liked to bother her. Alas, he needed to stop if he wanted her to like him. Nathan refocused on telling Beatrice the essentials of horse care. She listened intently, however, keeping her distance. Nathan showed her everything, cautioned her a great deal as well about the things he thought were of great importance for every novice to know or be aware of. Your turn. Nathan urged her to approach Bailey. Beatrice hesitated and Bailey sensed that, getting a bit nervous. Nathan instantly soothed the horse, but then something occurred to him. Miss Beatrice, have you ever petted a horse before? He wanted to know. No, I have not, she reluctantly replied. All right, we will remedy that immediately, he said in a gentle voice, as if that was of importance so to not embarrass her. Nathan neared her. Take a deep breath, he commanded, and calm yourself. It was apparent she was about to snap something witty back. He did not give her a chance to do so. Horses are rather intuitive creatures. They can smell your emotions, he told her. You have to be confident and in utmost control while dealing with them. Surprisingly, Beatrice closed her eyes and took a deep breath, doing precisely as was told. So cold logic appeals to her, Nathan mused. That was good to know. Good, Nathan said approvingly, seeing her calming rather quickly. She opened her eyes and looked at him. For some reason, he was the one who had to catch his breath. Now come with me, Nathan said, clearing his voice. Urging her, they neared Bailey together. Nathan petted Bailey on the neck, head, and nose first, showing Beatrice what Bailey liked the most, and to his surprise, she started mimicking his movements without being prompted to do so. Nathan slowly took a step back, leaving the two to get accustomed to each other's presence. The bond between a rider and horse was rather important. Nathan always believed that most accidents occurred when the bond was missing or in some way impaired. He is so soft, Beatrice said in wonder, having the most radiant smile on her face. And handsome. Nathan had to admit she looked quite lovely without a constant frown on her face. Bailey leaned into her touch, most likely understanding every word. He likes you, Nathan told her. He is quite lovely as well, Beatrice replied, speaking her words to the horse. Bailey started making noises in return, enjoying the attention and praises immensely. Nathan felt like rolling his eyes but then stopped. Am I really envious of a horse right now? No, of course not. He rebelled instantly against such a ridiculous notion. He was glad to see Beatrice like Bailey and vice versa. It made his task easier. You are a natural with him, Nathan praised, boosting Beatrice's confidence even more. I do not know about that. I just find it easy with him, Beatrice said in all honesty. How come you don't know how to ride? There was a passing shadow across her face that made him wonder before she answered him. Mother would not allow it, she said simply. How come? Beatrice shrugged. I suppose she was frightened I would get hurt. One of her younger sisters lost the sensation in both her legs after falling off a horse. Nathan took a moment to digest her words. That is unfortunate, but one cannot live in fear. I agree, Beatrice replied instantly. While Beatrice petted Bailey, her demeanor completely changed. Not only did her frown, the one Nathan was responsible for, disappear, but she seemed more relaxed than ever. Something that was not entirely related to him, he realized. Also, this was the first time she spoke to him without reserve or disdain. And he rather enjoyed the exchange. Nathan would just have to find different ways in the future to engage her until she completely forgot about her animosity toward him. A brilliant plan, Nathan, as ever. He complimented himself. Are you ready to ride now, Miss Beatrice? Nathan asked her, sensing that was the right time to advance her learnings. Oh, yes. Please. Beatrice replied with that same radiant smile which made Nathan smile in return. He was doing that quite often as of late, and he found the experience rather pleasing. Chapter 12. Beatrice never imagined riding could be so exhilarating. She couldn't wait to actually learn to ride well enough so she could go riding beyond the confines of the circle or ranch entirely. The scenery was rather picturesque here on the border between Montana and Idaho, with the majestic Rocky Mountains all around, that she wanted to take full advantage of it. Mr. Walsh wanted her to mount the horse like a man, and her first reaction was to refuse. There were so many arguments she could use to defend her position. It wasn't decent, she did not own appropriate attire. She wasn't a man, yet none of that actually mattered. Times were changing and the only thing that was actually stopping her was herself. Unfortunately, Mr. Walsh saw right through her. Are you afraid? He taunted. Or at least it sounded like that to her, so she straightened up. You can do this, Beatrice, you are not afraid. She shook her head and let him help her up. Every thought disappeared from her mind as she mounted the horse. It felt divine. Bailey was such a fine horse, listening intently to everything she was saying or doing as Mr. Walsh instructed and responded accordingly. Beatrice only wished she had enough foresight to bring him an apple or something as a treat. You did not want to learn how to ride, remember? A small part of her reminded her, dampening her mood ever so slightly. No, stop that, she scolded herself, banishing such thought. She was having such a splendid time regardless of how it started, and she simply wanted to enjoy it. God knew Beatrice needed that. And it was all thanks to Mr. Nathan Walsh. That notion did not sit well with Beatrice, so she quickly banished that thought as soon as it appeared inside her mind. While she was on the subject of Mr. Walsh, she simply could not understand his motives. He acted completely different during this visit. Mr. Nathan Walsh was cordial, well-mannered and highly focused on teaching her how to ride. Beatrice could see no faults or hidden motives behind it, which was impossible and thusly driving her completely mad. You are doing splendidly, Miss Beatrice, Mr. Walsh complimented. They were making rounds in the space designed for training horses. Mr. Walsh was firmly holding the reins, walking beside her as she rode Bailey, trying to give commands with her legs. As she noted, Mr. Walsh's demeanor changed toward her. Not in its fullest. There were still remarks that showed his true character. However, he was trying really hard to convince her he was a gentleman. Overall, Beatrice could not help but think of him as rather quaint. Which was different from the image he showed her the first time they met. Or the second time, she added to herself. The question that arose was, which Nathan Walsh is the real one? Beatrice was at a loss since she did not know the answer to that question. His behavior now was confusing. This must be some kind of a ploy, she insisted stubbornly, refusing to be charmed. Beatrice would thank him for the lessons but would not continue to see him. Miss Beatrice, do you believe to be ready to try on your own, now? Mr. Walsh asked, snapping her from her daydream. On my own? Of course. She replied instantly with confidence. The prospect of actually riding on her own made her forget about everything else. Nathan Walsh smiled in return. That's the spirit, he said. With a little adjustment, he gave her the reins he was holding, showing her how to do so the proper way. Beatrice tried really hard not only to not show any fear but also not to actually feel it, and she succeeded. Focusing on all the positive things she was experiencing. You can do this, Beatrice, he cheered herself. Let's repeat the same pattern, but do it on your own now, Mr. Walsh commanded. And she nodded in agreement. Here goes nothing, she mumbled mostly to herself, giving the horse a little nudge, clicking with her tongue as Mr. Walsh taught her to. Beatrice wanted to jump from joy as Bailey followed her lead, yet contained her excitement, and not just because she was on horseback. Keep going, Mr. Walsh encouraged, not that she needed it. Beatrice made several laps on her own. Her body ached somewhat terribly, yet she did not mind one bit. You are a natural, Miss Beatrice, Nathan complimented from behind her. He was giving her space to ride on her own while remaining close by, and she was grateful for that. That she is, Beatrice heard another voice. Without turning, she knew her Uncle Tom joined them. The two men greeted one another. I know how to ride now, Uncle Tom, Beatrice said proudly, feeling silly while wearing the most ridiculous of smiles. I can see that, he replied in the same manner. While her uncle and Mr. Walsh conversed, Beatrice continued to ride in circles. Let's see if we can go a bit faster, she told Bailey, feeling quite exhilarated. If only Mother could see me now, Beatrice suddenly thought, and the notion surprisingly did not make her sad. She chuckled, trying to picture her mother's reaction to this undergoing. Sarah Foster would have a fit seeing Beatrice on a ranch, riding a horse. On the other hand, she knew her dad would be beyond proud. Benjamin Foster always encouraged his daughter to be fierce, to do, see, experience as much as possible. Alas, he was also quite enamored with his wife, intended to forfeit his opinions in her favor when Beatrice was concerned, and Mother wanted her to be a proper lady that knew how to entertain and please others above everything else. Beatrice realized she did not want to fit inside that norm anymore. Maybe I never did. Bailey, shall we pick up the tempo? She nudged the horse and they were off. Beatrice squeaked in delight and surprise. She hasn't quite expected Bailey's reaction to be so fierce, as if was waiting for such command all this time. Maybe I overdid it, came a sudden thought, and Beatrice was inclined to listen to it. Two men instantly jumped to her aid, but Beatrice was faster. Whoa, Bailey, she commanded, and the animal instantly stopped, turning his head toward her to whine a bit, which she found endearing. Soon, she promised the animal. Beatrice, are you all right? Her uncle wanted to know as Mr. Walsh said. That was perfect. You are a natural, indeed. The two of you clearly bonded. Beatrice was flattered to hear that. Why, yes. But maybe it was enough teaching for one day. Her uncle replied. Nonsense, Mr. Walsh said back. Beatrice observed the two men speaking about her, deciding the best course of action as if she wasn't even there. She sighed in exasperation. I pray they do realize I might have an opinion as well. Miss Beatrice, any thoughts? Mr. Walsh took her by surprise by asking. Truth be told, Beatrice did want to continue. She did not want Nathan Walsh to be proven right, so she said instead, "Thank you kindly for today. I do believe Uncle is right. I am getting a bit tired." Nathan Walsh narrowed his eyes. He did not believe her, and she continued, "It is time for me to retire. I am starting to ache from all this exertion," and that was not a lie. "But I thank you profusely, Mr. Walsh." "It was my pleasure, Miss Beatrice." Mr. Walsh came to help her dismount, but she jumped off on her own, feeling quite proud of herself. Naturally, she never did such a thing before in her entire life. She panicked thinking her dress would get caught up, get in the way and prevent her, maybe even hurt her, from jumping off. Praise the heavens she landed on her feet majestically, if she could say so herself. Suffice to say, Beatrice was quite satisfied she managed it without making a fool of herself in front of Nathan Walsh. The fact that she caught him off guard was a bonus. "It was mighty kind of you to visit us today and tutor Beatrice," her uncle added. Nathan Walsh inclined his head. "Any time," he replied, generously. Before they started walking toward the house, he had something else to add. "Furthermore, I leave Bailey in your care, Miss Beatrice." Niece and uncle both started to protest at the same time, but Mr. Walsh was adamant. "Didn't he say Bailey was his favorite horse?" "No." She must have heard it wrong. More words were exchanged, yet they were at an impasse. Not wanting to cause additional drama, Beatrice accepted the gift. She was already in love with Bailey. So the horse stayed. Nathan Walsh promised he would certainly come again to visit Bailey and to further advance her riding skills, and Beatrice could not say how it happened, but she agreed to that as well. No matter how hard she thought about it, she could not explain why any of this happened. Mr. Walsh declined her uncle's offer to stay for some refreshments, saying he had some things to attend to on his ranch. If he was so busy, why did he come in the first place? Beatrice had to wonder. Watching him leave in a carriage with Ben, courtesy of Uncle Tom, Beatrice felt more confused than ever. She could not fit these two different sides of Mr. Walsh together. "How did Mr. Nathan Walsh incorporate himself in my life?" she asked the heavens in exasperation, and more importantly, why? Nathan was mighty proud of himself for what he accomplished today. There were a few minutes during his visit to the Thunderbolt Ranch where Beatrice actually conversed with him without contempt or reserve. A few moments indeed. It was still far better than the way she acted previously, seeing him at Madame Mab's dinner party. "This is progress," he concluded. A rather fortuitous turn of events thanks to Claudia Foster, who unintentionally suggested riding lessons, and he was going to treat it as such. "What is wrong with you?" Joseph asked in all seriousness. "And where is your horse? Is that Ben driving off, from the Thunderbolt Ranch? Why is he giving you a carriage ride?" Nathan looked at him stunned. "That is a hefty list of questions," he replied, having no intention on answering any of them. He was having such a lovely time with Beatrice today. Nathan was not going to let anyone ruin his good mood. Not even Joseph. "There it is again," Joseph exclaimed, pointing at Nathan's face. "Are you ill?" The question confused Nathan. He did not feel ill. So he said as much. "No." Joseph shook his head, slowly, as if he did not believe him. "You have a mighty strange expression on your face." Nathan frowned, and Joseph grinned in return. "That's more like it. Now you look more like yourself." Nathan scowled, wanting to roll his eyes at his friend. He was pulling his leg, as always. "I should have known." "Don't get me wrong," Joseph continued in false seriousness. "It is good to see a smile on your face, my friend. That is very different from your usual smirk." "My usual what?" "I am just curious to find out what put it there in the first place. Or should I ask who put it there?" He corrected himself. Nathan folded his hands across his chest. "I'm starting to get worried about you. You are delusional and prone to fashion stories. Maybe you should have been a literator." Nathan jibed back. You are deflecting, Joseph accused. Nathan shrugged. Of course, he was going to play coy. At least for now. For some reason, he wanted to keep his dealings with Beatrice private. Are you here for a reason? Nathan asked, changing the subject, not in the subtlest of ways. Yet he did not care. Joseph eyed him suspiciously, before deciding to give up with his scrutiny at the moment. I just wanted to see if you were in the mood to accompany me to town for a drink or two. Joseph answered him. No. Nathan replied without a thought. Thought as much. Joseph sighed, yet it was a highly exaggerated motion, so Nathan knew he was not so hurt by his decline. It's very sad when one cannot celebrate his name day with somebody. Joseph whined. Name day? Nathan asked himself in confusion and slight alarm. Is it possible I forgot? That would make him a rather rotten friend, but then something else occurred to him, a memory from not so long ago. Today is not your name day, you fool. Nathan snapped back. We celebrated it about 2 months ago. Of course. Joseph replied unrepentantly. Hey. I almost got you, which means I am right. He deduced triumphantly. Right? Nathan parroted. You were hiding something, something of importance, from me. Joseph threatened with his finger. Joseph. Nathan tried to deflect again, yet Joseph interrupted him. You can act like a fool for as long as you like, and no, I am taking no offense, however. I will learn the truth one way or another. Nathan did not know how to reply to that. However, the thing that Nathan did know was that he wanted to prevent Joseph from snooping about. He needed time to sway Beatrice to see him in a different light, to understand why it was of such importance to him in the first place. And he certainly could not do that with Joseph following him around like a hound dog. On the much more positive note, it was going to be highly amusing to see who would prevail at the end, him or Joseph in their endeavors. Normally, he would not bet against Joseph. He could get rather focused when properly motivated, yet this time so was Nathan. This is going to be fun, on so many levels. Nathan mused. There's that smile again. Joseph commented, and Nathan couldn't help but smile even bigger. You know what? Nathan asked rhetorically. Let us go now and get that drink, or two. He imitated his friend. Nathan's words completely caught Joseph by surprise, which only put Nathan in an even better mood. Suddenly, he felt like galling Joseph in return, just the way he tried him mere minutes ago. All right, let's. Joseph stumbled, clearly not sure what or how this was happening. You know I will win at the end? Joseph said as he composed himself, and Nathan could not keep it together any longer. I know you can most definitely try. He replied between laughs. Chapter 13. Beatrice woke one morning feeling quite energetic. Dare she say happy even. For the past couple of days, she rode every chance she got in that filter with all kinds of feelings. For some reason, it was even tolerable being in Mr. Nathan Walsh's presence. She could not understand what the cause of such transformation was, however. She was not going to question it. Beatrice was having a good day, and that meant taking full advantage of it, because if she learned one thing in her life, it was that you had to make every second count. Live to the fullest, since you could never know which day was going to be your last. Or your loved ones. Good morning. She sing-songed, entering the kitchen and greeting everyone present with a kiss on the cheek. Uncle Tom eyed her, wearing a small smile himself. Someone woke up in a good mood, he commented, sending a look to her aunt, who nodded in return ever so slightly. Beatrice chose to ignore that exchange. Indeed, I did. She replied honestly, accepting a plate of food from Helena before settling down to eat. Would you care to ride with me today? Her uncle inquired. I have some cattle who strayed away that need to be brought back, he explained. Usually, Beatrice would jump from joy hearing such an offer. Today though she had different plans for herself. I would love to. She started. But, I was thinking to ride to town today. Dolores, which was the name of Foster's cook, offered to teach me how to make that sweet apple pie of hers. That is very generous of her. That recipe has been in her family for generations. Aunt Claudia commented. Indeed. Beatrice agreed, feeling more than grateful. I just need to purchase some extra ingredients, she concluded. Knowing her lack of skills, the first couple of tries were going to be disastrous. So she wanted an abundance of ingredients at hand simply so she could continue to practice without starving everyone to death. My, just look at you. You are becoming a true Western woman, Uncle Tom complimented, and Beatrice smiled in return. She could hardly believe it herself. But it was true. She was rather enjoying her life here on the ranch. I do not like the idea of you riding to town alone, Aunt Claudia protested. I will be quite all right, Auntie. Beatrice was quick to reassure her. My riding skills improved immensely. That is the truth. Uncle Tom allowed. Nathan Walsh proved to be a fine tutor, he added. Still Beatrice ignored that last remark. Her aunt and uncle thought he was coming to the ranch to court her, and that was not the case. Beatrice did not know what was happening with that man, yet she was not going to dwell on it either. She was grateful for the lessons, but in her mind, that was small compensation for all the slights he caused her in the past. A path to redemption was hard and long, and Beatrice wasn't even sure that was what Mr. Walsh was trying to do. Would you like me to accompany you? Elaine offered, snapping her from her musings. That is quite all right, I can manage on my own, Beatrice replied instantly. She knew Elaine would accompany her anywhere. Yet Beatrice noticed how much her Nan enjoyed being on the ranch and spending her days surrounded with animals. She was happy, and Beatrice liked to see the old woman in such high spirit all the time. Do not worry, Auntie. I will be back in a jiffy. Aunt Claudia rubbed her temples. I still think you should take Ben or Jonathan with you. But I trust you. Beatrice kissed her aunt on the cheek again, happy how this all played out. After breakfast, Beatrice did some chores around the house, planning on departing afterward when a rider came to call upon them. And it was not the one she had become so accustomed to. Despite the fact she would never admit to such a thing, even to herself. It was the sheriff. He requested to speak with Beatrice and her Uncle Tom, which meant everybody stayed to listen to what he had to say. We received words from New York, a wanted sign since they are all under the impression that you have been kidnapped. Miss Beatrice. Kidnapped? She exclaimed. That is ridiculous. Beatrice looked at Elaine. Yet the other women stayed quiet. Her meaning was clear. She wanted to hear what the sheriff had to say first. The sheriff calmly nodded. Due to the circumstances involving your parents' passing, for which I offer my sincere condolences, I believe it was rather expected for something like that to occur. Especially if you simply left without a word. He explained in one breath. Despite his last remark, there were no traces of condemnation in them. Beatrice felt the need to say something. Explain herself in some way, yet he continued to speak. One gentleman filed a complaint, he said, pulling a paper telegram from his pocket. Mr. John Leighton. That is our family's attorney, Beatrice explained. And my father's dear friend. I suspected as much. So I sent a telegram this morning to the New York headquarters office to inform them you are here. Alive and well. Visiting your aunt and uncle. Oh, no. Beatrice started to panic. That was it. Their whole plan simply vanished. It was now just a matter of time before the assassin finds her here. Looking at her family, she knew they were thinking about the very same thing. Uncle Tom was the first one who recovered. Thank you for clearing that up for us. Beatrice came here rather distraught and made a mistake. Completely understandable. The sheriff replied instantly. "I am happy to be of assistance." With a few more pleasantries exchanged, the good sheriff departed, leaving everyone in a state of slight shock. Another family meeting was held where they talked about their next course of action. "Is this it?" Beatrice asked in alarm. "Am I to run again now that I am about to be discovered?" "Nonsense!" Uncle Tom exclaimed. "You are not going anywhere. This is your home now, and we are your family." "I know, Uncle, but no arguments." He stopped her from finishing her sentence. "I vowed to protect you, and that is precisely what I intend to do. So I swear on my ancestors," he said solemnly. Beatrice detested herself for putting them in this position of bringing danger to their doorstep. Yet at the same time she felt nothing but love and gratitude toward her uncle. She believed that he would do everything in his power to protect her. Yes. But at what cost? Beatrice thought and shuddered. "So, we do nothing," Elaine said simply. "What do you mean nothing?" Beatrice rebelled. "Nothing," she repeated with a shrug. "We will wait and see if anything comes from this." When she puts it like that, it makes sense. Maybe Beatrice was panicking prematurely and without a cause. Well, not completely without a cause. Right. Her uncle agreed. "We wait and see, and if someone does come, we will deal with it quickly and efficiently, as we do in these parts." There was a certain gleam in his eyes when he said that. Her uncle was usually a peaceful man. Yet that could change rather quickly if someone threatens his family. "I cannot deal with this talk any longer," Aunt Claudia said, swaying in her chair. She was having one of her episodes again. "And it is all my fault," Beatrice chastised herself. Uncle Tom arose immediately to help her get up. "Let me take you to bed, my dear wife," he offered softly. Beatrice's aunt nodded, calming immediately, letting him lead her away, which Beatrice found rather peculiar. "All right then. Off I go," she told Elaine. "Be careful, miss," Elaine replied, still looking after the pair. "Of course," Beatrice said, leaving the house. She patiently waited for Jonathan to saddle Bailey, her horse, a task she had not fully mastered yet, thinking things over. Maybe it was fortunate the events turned into such fashion. She could not live like this forever at any rate. This torment needed resolution, and if the only way for her to learn everything was for an assassin to come here and try to kill her yet again, then so be it. Beatrice was done running away. That did not mean she was without fear. To be perfectly honest, she was terrified. Yet at the same time she longed for the truth even more. "Thank you, Jonathan," Beatrice murmured when the lad offered to help her mount Bailey. "My pleasure, Miss Beatrice," he mumbled back. Jonathan was a man of few words. Yet she discovered she was comfortable in his presence as if he was also kin of herself. Putting all her worries aside for a bit, Beatrice was off. Riding Bailey reminded her of Mr. Walsh. Actually, riding in general did that as well. And she was still not fully comfortable seeing him in bright light. Alas! There was one thing she did have to give him credit for: riding Bailey was a dream. She couldn't believe she waited this long to learn this joy. Not that she had any opportunities while living in New York, but still. It was such a rush and an over-consuming sense of freedom she never experienced before and now knew she could not live without. "It is all thanks to Mr. Nathan Walsh," she reminded herself with a sigh. "And in part due to her aunt's meddling," she added, yet she wasn't going to dwell on that small detail either. It was a fine day, and Beatrice simply wanted to return to her previous good mood as well. Unfortunately, all too soon, the pair of them, a fresh new rider and an experienced horse, rode into town, and they caused quite a few people to pause and look at them. Beatrice greeted everyone with a smile and an incline of her head. She went straight to the grocery shop, and after tying Bailey securely in front of it, strode inside. A very cheerful-looking old man greeted her. He was the only one minding the store and very helpful as she requested everything she needed for that apple pie. Beatrice paid in full and gave the old man her name. "A boy will deliver everything to your house, Miss Beatrice," he provided. "Thank you kindly," Beatrice replied back. "It was nice meeting you," he said, offering her a sugar candy. She accepted it with gratitude. "You as well, Mr. O'Connor. Make sure to come to visit me again," he said as she walked away from the store. "As soon as possible," she promised, and that was an honest-to-God truth, especially if she turned to be lacking in the kitchen. Then her visits could become daily even, she joked to herself, picturing the exasperated expression on Dolores's face as she tries unsuccessfully to teach her anything. Still smiling, Beatrice left the store. She somewhat regained her previous state of mind and enjoyed herself and the cooking lesson that was ahead of her. "Did you miss me?" she asked the horse, petting it for a bit, and Bailey started to make noises to her in return. So, she presumed that meant yes. Beatrice was in the process of placing some small purchases she decided to take with her in the saddle pockets when someone grabbed her by the shoulder somewhat fierce. All the things she bought spilled to the ground and she let out a sound of protest. She was spun around only to face a rather dirty-looking man that missed most of his front teeth. And the only way she knew that was because he was smiling at her. "Aren't you a pretty little thing?" He leaned into her face as if for better inspection, making her take a step back. Leaning into Bailey, he reeked of cheap alcohol and something even more vile. Beatrice's stomach turned, she got very close to losing her breakfast. "What do you think you're doing?" Beatrice protested. "Release me at once," she commanded, trying to move away from his grasp, yet his grip became stronger. It was really starting to cause her serious pain. "You're a feisty one," he grinned, moving towards her still, yet swaying. He was dead drunk. Beatrice managed to grab hold of the reins. She just needed to push the man away so she could jump on her house and escape. Quite an easy endeavor, Beatrice grumbled to herself. "Let go." She tried again. Unfortunately, he saw what she was doing and grabbed her with his other hand as well. His dirty fingers dug into her flesh. "I am not done with you yet," he hissed as if she was at a fault for trying to get away from him. He kicked the horse and Bailey reared on his hind legs, making Beatrice drop the reins as a result. "No," she cried out in exasperation, watching Bailey as he started to run away. "What am I to do now?" She panicked, yet that did not last long. Losing a horse she started to get quite attached to made her angry. "You will pay for that," she warned. Yet he fully ignored her. "Where were we?" he asked almost lovingly. "Why don't you give me a little kiss?" the man said, leaning toward her. Beatrice was so disgusted she really started to kick and hit him any way possible. "Let go of me," she shouted, trying to break free from his hold and punch him in his grinning face. "That's it, girlie. I like it when you fight me," he said and laughed out loud, wholeheartedly. Girlie. In a flash, Beatrice was moved someplace else. It was dark, she was cold, wearing only her nightgown and another vile, laughing man. Calling her girlie was trying to hurt her. No, 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 no. She tried to return to the here and now. Yet the memory tormented her, paralyzing her. "I am so going to enjoy this. Fight me, girlie," the man said with glee, forcing her close to his body. Yet she couldn't react, going through her own personal nightmare inside her head. "I am going to die," Beatrice thought with sudden clarity. She could not outrun him this time. All was lost. She lost. And whoever killed her parents finally got to her as well? "Mom. Dad. I am sorry," she sent a silent prayer to the heavens, hoping she was going to see them once again and soon. I wonder if you felt the same. If I fought you? Another voice asked from behind. A voice Beatrice would recognize anywhere, even in her state of disarray. It belonged to none other than Nathan Walsh. And he came to her rescue. Praise the heavens. Chapter 14. While Beatrice thanked the heavens for sending Nathan Walsh to her aid, the drunken idiot looked over his shoulder, still refusing to let her go. This is of no concern to you. Walk away, boy, while you still can. He practically growled. Oh. Nathan replied casually. I was rather hoping you would say something like that. There was almost a note of cheerfulness in his voice while delivering that, which was ridiculous considering the situation. Don't say I didn't warn. The scoundrel did not get a chance to finish that sentence. In a move that was too fast for any reaction, Mr. Walsh grabbed the man by the neck and simultaneously kicked him on the legs. The drunken man started to fall while shouting in pain. Alas! His grip was still strong on her, so Beatrice started to fall as well. Nathan Walsh pivoted in the next instance and successfully pulled the drunken idiot off her, getting between them. Thank you. Beatrice breathed, managing to regain her balance as Mr. Walsh dealt with that menace. You will pay for this, boy. The man threatened. He looked enraged enough to kill Nathan, who on the other hand remained completely calm. Without preamble or another word exchanged, Nathan Walsh simply punched the other man straight in the nose. Even Beatrice could hear something crack and crimson blood started to ooze from the wound inflicted. Being highly intoxicated and unbalanced, the man fell backward with a loud thud and stayed down. Beatrice sighed in relief. Thank you, my lord. Nathan Walsh instantly turned toward her. Are you all right, Miss Beatrice? Did he hurt you? He asked in alarm, and only then did she realize she was shaking from head to toe. He looked at her arms, where the scoundrel was holding her fully expecting to find them damaged. And her arms did hurt ever so slightly. Yet for some reason she could not reassure Nathan she was fine. That word, girly, was still stuck inside her mind. What does it all mean? First the sheriff. Now this. Is it all connected? When the sheriff came to inform them the authorities in New York thought she was kidnapped, Beatrice knew something like this was bound to happen sooner rather than later. Am I losing my mind? Her head was full of questions, never answered. Miss Beatrice? Nathan Walsh insisted. Beatrice looked at him with teary eyes. I lost Bailey. She managed to choke out. Despite everything that happened to her, she considered that the biggest tragedy. Memories would fade. Any wounds would heal. But a dear horse lost was something else entirely. Mr. Walsh paused for a moment. Her reply confused him, yet he composed himself in the next instance. He took off his jacket and carefully placed it over her shoulders. The fragrance that traveled with the jacket to Beatrice calmed her a bit. So she took a deep breath, then another. Everything will be all right, Miss Beatrice. Mr. Walsh tried to reassure her. Bailey knows his way home. He will be fine. That actually was reassuring, and she hoped he was right. Let me take you home now, Mr. Walsh offered, pointing toward his horse. I need my things, she protested. Mr. Walsh frowned, not understanding what she meant. So she stooped down and started collecting her stuff. He stopped her. Allow me, he said and carefully picked up every item Beatrice was forced to drop. The drunken idiot was still unconscious. And looking about, Beatrice realized nobody witnessed their little scene. That was a blessing and a curse. She was lucky she did not have to explain what happened to anybody. Yet at the same time she could not even think about what would have happened if Mr. Walsh did not come to her aid. Afterwards, he escorted her to his horse. When he made sure she was settled, he jumped up behind her. Beatrice still shook despite the fact that the weather was nice. And she was safe. Am I truly safe? Nathan could barely contain himself. On the outside, he made sure he looked perfectly calm. Yet he was anything but on the inside. He wanted to go back and beat that man senseless forever, thinking he could lay just one finger on his Miss Beatrice. Not that she is mine, he reminded himself. Please calm yourself, Miss Beatrice. Everything will be all right. Nathan tried to soothe her. He could feel her shakes, which only deepened his rage. Some people cannot be called men at all. Simply animals. He fumed. He could hear her taking a deep breath. And he did the same. She was all right. Safe and with him, Nathan reminded himself. There was no need to be so riled up. A part of him wholeheartedly disagreed, yet Nathan chose to ignore that for everybody's sake. He will never harm you again, Nathan added, and his words sounded like a vow. He called me girly, Miss Beatrice said so softly he almost did not catch it. Still, the meaning of that statement eluded him. It caused her additional distress. He could see that clearly. I cannot take her home in such a state. She needs to calm herself first, Nathan decided. He would take her someplace else. Only when she was ready, he would return her to her family. And he knew just the right place for that. They started going north and away from Helena, not too far away to alarm Beatrice. Up the climb, until they reached a small clearing. Down below you could spot the whole town and nearby ranches. That spot, right there, was one of Nathan's favorite places. Especially at sunset or sunrise. Nathan discovered it completely by accident when he was a boy. And frequently retreated here when troubled. This was the first time he brought someone up here with him. Nobody knew about his favorite spot, not even Joseph. Which confused him as to why he decided to bring her here of all people. Nathan stopped his horse and waited. Beatrice started looking about. This is not home, she stated. Nathan dismounted, helping her get down as well. I thought you would prefer some alone time to compose yourself before going home, Nathan explained. Beatrice looked at him in confusion and nodded. Thank you, she said, followed with a sigh. Auntie would be quite distressed. Nathan was far more concerned about her own feelings, but he did not point that out. Are you all right? Nathan felt the urge to inquire. Beatrice took a deep breath, and turning away from him, walked the short distance toward the cliff to gaze at the town below. It's rather silly. She tried to make light of the situation, and Nathan approached her. There is nothing silly about what happened, Nathan insisted. It took Beatrice quite some time to reply, enough to make him go insane from worry. He called me girly, she said eventually. And once again Nathan was at a loss of words since he did not understand what that meant to her. I'm sorry. Beatrice started to stumble over her words. You do not need to speak if you are not inclined to do so, Nathan reassured her. Beatrice nodded as if that settled something for her and opened her mouth again. I lost my parents very recently. Her revelation shocked him. I am terribly sorry for your loss, Nathan replied slowly. I, too, was orphaned at a young age. He shared, surprising both of them in the process. The pain from that loss never goes away. However, you do learn how to live with it. He tried to reassure her. She looked at him, and her eyes were filled with tears. I did not come here on vacation, she shared, her gaze lost in some painful memory. My parents were murdered, and I had to run away from my home so I would not share their fate. Her revelation changed everything. What in heaven's name happened to this sweet girl? Beatrice's unexpected confession shook him to the core. Murdered? Running away from the assassin? His mind spun. Nathan walked back to where he had tied his horse to a tree so he could collect a small blanket. He returned with it and placed it on a tree trunk for her to sit on. He needed something physical to do while his mind tried to calm itself down. I do not know why I told you that. She started to retreat. You can tell me anything you want. He comforted her. Please, Miss Beatrice. He gestured, and nodding she accepted what he offered. To his utmost surprise, she continued to speak. It was our family outing when it happened. As she revealed more of her story, Nathan could only sit next to her and offer his presence and a listening ear as a solace. When she reached the part about the assassin haunting her, his blood practically boiled. Deprived. Sick monster. He raged inside his head, clenching and unclenching his fists, in a fashion so she was not aware of it. As if dreaming the fiend was at his grasp. So he could end him then and there and save Miss Beatrice from any future woes. When she finally stopped, Nathan was at a loss of words. So he said as much. I have no words to offer you that can in any way alleviate your burden and pain. Despite the fact that there is nothing in the world I would love more. She looked at him with big, teary eyes. Thank you. I really appreciate your saying that. Nathan wished there was something else he could offer her. That monster's head. Perhaps? He thought in dark humor. And thank you for bringing me here. It's quite lovely. It was my pleasure. Nathan replied instantly. How do you feel now? She dabbed the remaining tears away. I am quite all right now. She finished speaking, taking a deep breath. And he believed her since her whole posture changed. Still, he wanted to make sure. Are you sure? You were rather distraught. Yet nearly not enough, considering what she went through. Nathan realized. She started to say something. Then reconsidered and started again. She couldn't find the proper words. It was not that, well, I was rather shaken. But only because it reminded me of. And then she paused. Instantly, he understood what she couldn't say. You were troubled because this man called you girly. He guessed. Do you believe these two incidents are somehow linked? He demanded. I do not know. The authorities in New York now know where I am. The sheriff from Helena inadvertently sent a telegram hinting she was in town. Vacationing at her relatives once he received a nationwide alert about her being kidnapped. It was not his fault. He did not know she was in danger. And possibly the assailant. He finished instead of her and Beatrice simply nodded. But what do you mean now they know? How did that occur? He inquired. So, she explained to him how the sheriff visited them that same day. But I must be exaggerating. Nobody could possibly come all that way in a day. That is true. But on the other hand, someone could have been hired. Nathan decided to keep an even closer eye on Beatrice from now on. Yes. I do believe you are correct. It was all a coincidence. A rather misfortunate one. He replied instead. And his words visibly calmed her as he hoped they would. Would you like for me to take you home now? Nathan offered. Beatrice thought for a moment. Would it be a grave inconvenience if we stayed a little bit longer? I rather enjoy it here. No inconvenience whatsoever, Nathan said with a small smile. He would gladly wait forever in this exact spot if it pleased her. She offered one in return, and Nathan's heart actually started to beat a little faster. It did that a great deal today while she spoke. Yet he feared it was for a completely different reason now. If I failed to express my gratitude for what you did for me today, let me do it now, Beatrice said after a short pause. Nathan felt the need to interrupt her. To tell her it wasn't necessary. But he could see in her eyes that this was something she needed to do for herself. So he remained quiet. I could never repay you for your kindness, she stated. I know we had a rather unconventional introduction. That was completely my fault and for which I profusely apologize. Nathan jumped in to say what he had been wanting to for a long time. Beatrice inclined her head. I find myself thinking you are more than what meets the eye, Mr. Nathan Walsh. And that was more than he could even hope for. Eventually, her stomach started to growl, putting a stop to any further discussions. The only thing Nathan had on himself was some dried meat and fruit. Nathan offered the humble spread to her nevertheless, chastising himself for not having something else of more substance. It's not like you could predict something like this occurring, he reminded himself. Regardless, she accepted it without any reserve. Nathan watched her in silence as she ate. It reminded him of the first day they met. He was in complete awe of her. All the calamity that occurred to her, the tragedies she endured, were severe enough to break any man. And here she was, still alive and presumably stronger than ever. He admired her a great deal. That is a woman worth having beside you, Nathan found himself thinking. If you are fortunate enough, he concluded. And his heart did that little dance once again. Nathan probably knew from the start he was infatuated with her. Yet now he knew why. At first, he ignored it. Considered it nothing more than a passing curiosity. He was drawn to her for a reason, and now that he knew what he wanted, it was just a matter of proving to her that he was worthy of her as well. Nathan vowed he was going to do everything in his power to do just that. I will keep you safe. And I will be the man you need me to be, he vowed silently. Beatrice chose that moment to look at him, and for a split moment, he panicked, thinking he said the words out loud. He could not believe his fortune that this amazing young lady stumbled in his life as she has. Maybe there is such a thing as Irish luck. Chapter 15. Beatrice could not believe she had shared all that with Nathan. Yet at the same time, she felt almost compelled to do so. Now she was more confused than ever regarding this man. On one hand, she was beyond grateful Nathan was there to aid her and stop that drunken idiot from hurting her even further. On the other hand, she could not fully forget their first encounter. It was as if Nathan Walsh was two different men at the same time. One that was highly empathetic and kind, and the other that had no regard for propriety and concerned only about his own amusement. Beatrice realized none of that was true anymore. I must be missing something, she insisted. But what? It occurred to her at that moment how she was more concerned and troubled with her thoughts about what kind of man Nathan Walsh truly was, than about the man that attacked her. Rather peculiar. Was that enough for you? Mr. Walsh inquired, gesturing to the remnant of her dining, snapping her from her musings instantly. Quite enough, she replied honestly. I thank you for the meal. It was quite satisfying. I am glad, he replied, offering a small smile. It was quite satisfying watching you eat with such honest pleasure. That remark made her blush. Contain yourself, Beatrice. You are not a child, she chastised herself. She must have forgotten her manners. She started to speak, yet Nathan interjected. Please do not dare to apologize, he insisted, guessing her thoughts. I meant what I said, it was a compliment. His remark confused her even more. Shall we? He added as if he was changing the subject for her sake. A part of her was grateful. Beatrice nodded. Without further delay, they mounted the horse in silence. Once they reached the ranch, and the house came into view, Beatrice could spot her aunt and uncle waiting for her in front of it, looking a bit alarmed. Oh my! Beatrice started to worry. There she is, Uncle Tom said with obvious relief. They arrived. I almost fainted twice from worry, Aunt Claudia complained, and Beatrice stiffened. She was afraid of that and felt guilty for troubling her in any way. I am sorry, Auntie, Uncle, but my horse ran away. Beatrice tried to explain herself without revealing too much. She did not want to tell them everything that had taken place, and what she just said was not technically a lie. She also hoped Nathan Walsh would follow her lead. Luckily, he did. Beatrice. Her aunt started with a highly disappointed tone in her voice. It was not her fault. Nathan came to her defense once again. Bored kids released all the tied horses for amusement, but do not worry. As I already reassured Miss Beatrice, I will return Bailey first thing in the morning. He delivered with such ease, Beatrice was rather impressed. Well, that settles it then, Uncle Tom said, clearly satisfied with that explanation. Yet her aunt was not so easily placated. I told you not to go alone, she chastised. I'm sorry, Auntie, Beatrice replied meekly. Nathan Walsh chose that moment to dismount, helping her get down next. For a moment he had a strange expression on his face, as if there was something he wanted to say to her yet reconsidered it. Sobering a little. Did he notice the change between us as well? Came a sudden thought. Luckily, Mr. Walsh was there to assist me. The words of praise were out of her mouth before she could stop them. You must stay for dinner, Aunt Claudia insisted. He hesitated for a moment, looking at Beatrice underneath his eyelashes. He was waiting to hear what she had to say about that. She was rather harsh with him in the past, so it was quite understandable he behaved in such fashion. Oh yes. Please do. Beatrice continued with her oratory surprises. Mr. Walsh smiled, inclining his head. If you are the one asking, Miss Beatrice, who am I to decline? He replied softly. Oh my. Weeks passed and Beatrice fell more and more in love with her life on the Thunderbolt Ranch. The frequent visits from one certain gentleman had nothing to do with that notion. Or so she kept telling herself. Yet her heart told a different story. At times she felt guilty about all of it. Was she in some way disappointing her parents who had such high hopes for her? Letting their murderer roam freely in the world in search of her did not sit well with her as well. One would think Beatrice lived in constant fear. Yet that was not the case. Far from it. Beatrice was too busy to spend too much time thinking about her emotions or her previous life in New York, as she grew accustomed to referring to it. Sometimes all that happened before felt like a distant dream. Or a daze. Something that almost happened to someone else, and this was her true life. It was rather strange, yet at the same time, it helped her move on and find happiness. Life on the farm was anything but easy yet, as she stated before, she loved every second of it. She helped her uncle with the cattle, was learning to cook, and then there were the riding lessons with Nathan. Beatrice lived her life every day to the fullest, and wouldn't change a second of it, despite the tragedies that led her to it. Great job, Beatrice. Her uncle complimented when she managed to jump over an obstacle they created for her and Bailey. It was no grandiose affair, but it further honed her riding skills. Uncle Tom was riding out with the rest of the men to bring the cattle back from the mountain to the ranch, first thing tomorrow, and she wanted to persuade him, show him, she was ready to go with him. The biggest town fair was approaching, and her uncle was planning on selling some of his animals there. Thank you, Uncle. Alas, her efforts were in vain. That is no task for a city girl. Uncle Tom was adamant. But I practiced a great deal, she argued back, and he gave her the look as if she was acting childish. Of course, you did. Yet you are still too far away from being a cowgirl. Beatrice wanted to negotiate the issue further, but in the end, she knew her uncle was right. She was not ready despite her desire to be of use in her hard work. I will stay. And I will continue to learn. Work hard until I am ready, she promised to herself. Aunt Claudia had an episode when Beatrice informed her about her wish regarding future trips. Something else was revealed to her thanks to their long discussion. Beatrice had her suspicions in the past and they were unfortunately proven true. Beatrice firmly believed she was faking her illness. Maybe not in its entirety but in a large part certainly. She still loved her aunt dearly and thought she was a gentle, kind soul. From the beginning, Beatrice found her auntie's condition peculiar, to say the least. It was Elaine who helped Beatrice fortify her suspicions on the matter. Aunt Claudia was bored, plain and simple. Uncle Tom labored all day on the ranch, and she had all the help she needed around the house, which left her with nothing. The only way she could get her husband's attention was to faint. And he was always so attentive with her, of course, that she grew accustomed to it. Alas! As of late she tried to use the same strategy on Beatrice so she could try and sway her to do her bidding, which Beatrice could not allow. Her father taught her to think for herself. Beatrice had a long heart-to-heart with her old governess the eve before Uncle Tom departed. "Are you quite sure?" Beatrice insisted while speaking with Elaine about her aunt. Even though deep inside herself she already knew the truth, she needed to be completely sure. "I would not bring it up if I wasn't," Elaine replied in her usual calm manner. "I've seen wives behave in a similar way before, some husbands as well." There was no reprimand in her voice. Simply facts. "That is unfortunate," Beatrice replied mostly to herself. "What are we to do?" She wanted to know. Tell Uncle? Even while asking that, Beatrice did not actually want to do such a thing. The truth would certainly devastate him. Seeing how much he cared about his wife, it would ruin his bond with Auntie. "I do not think we should," Elaine said eventually. And Beatrice was relieved her governess was of the same mind. "All right then, we keep her secret." "But then what? We cannot simply turn a blind eye. That would not be fair to Uncle Tom," Beatrice argued. Elaine simply nodded in return. "Leave everything in my hands, my child. I have a plan to remedy your aunt," Elaine said with utmost confidence. "What plan?" Beatrice could not help but prompt. "Simply put, your aunt is bored in her life, having all the help she needs around the house, especially since we came to stay. So she feels a bit restless. So, I am to teach her how to be of use again," Elaine explained with a shrug. "That sounds simple enough," Beatrice seemed convinced. "And you believe that will do the trick?" "Yes," Elaine replied instantly. Beatrice liked her plan a great deal. "All right then. I leave everything to you since I am quite confident you will succeed in your endeavor," Beatrice complimented. "Of course, I will. I managed to turn you into a lady, didn't I?" Elaine said, trying really hard to remain stern. On the other hand, Beatrice chuckled. "I am not quite sure you succeeded, my dear Nan," she replied while pointing at herself. Beatrice looked quite different from when she first arrived at the ranch. She wore her hair in a more practical manner. Her dresses were far simpler. And she even got a slight tan from spending so much time in the outdoors. If only Mother could see me now. Beatrice hoped she would be proud despite the fact she was now everything her mother frowned upon. "I am happy, Mother." She sent a silent prayer, hoping that would make all the difference. Elaine lost her composure at that. "I can see your point." And the two women laughed wholeheartedly. Then embraced. That evening, Beatrice was rather excited. Since there was still a slither of hope Uncle would let her ride with him. Maybe even too excited to easily fall asleep. Yet at the same time, her heart felt lighter knowing her aunt was in good hands. Right before she fell asleep, she started to wonder about a completely different matter. Nathan Walsh promised he would come at the break of dawn to see the men off, even though she suspected that was simply an excuse he used to come visit the ranch, and her heart started beating just a bit faster whilst thinking of him, which confused her to no end. Once the men left, sadly without her, Beatrice spent all her days on the ranch, riding, practicing, patiently waiting for their return with each twilight. Roaming about with Bailey, Beatrice found herself lost in her thoughts. Yes, this life was rather hard and tiring at times. But the rewards were plenty, which was the notion that was shared with all the workers on the ranch. For the first time in her life, Beatrice felt like she actually mattered beyond entertaining a crowd of people she did not completely like. Here, on the ranch, she was of use, and she thanked God for that every single day. She still loved to sing and play the piano. Yet people in Helena were different. They regarded her in a different way as well. Here, she was not some prime possession many coveted, but rather someone that was appreciated. There were good people in New York as well. People like her Uncle John Leighton. The townspeople here were more honest, genuine. Despite leading a rather simple life, so she loved making them happy in any way possible. Beatrice started yawning at some point. She was that bone-tired, although Bailey practically did everything. And she just sat on top of him like a figurine. Forcing herself to keep her eyes open. Making sure she spotted her uncle the moment he appeared on the horizon. Beatrice completely missed the fact that they actually arrived at the ranch, which was rather ironic. She became alert immediately and started riding toward them to greet the riding party. "Uncle," she said with a smile. "Sweetie," he replied in the same manner. Beatrice matched his tempo with his so they could converse a bit. The trip went without problems. And Beatrice sent a silent prayer of gratitude to the heavens. At some point he chuckled and Beatrice gave him a questioning look. "You remind me so much of your father, sweetie." His reply surprised her. "While on horseback?" Uncle Tom shrugged in return. "Yes, he was a passionate rider. I remember when we were children he practically slept on his horse." He frowned for a second as if trying to remember something. "Prince was his name, I believe." That made Beatrice smile, trying to picture her father in such a fashion. How come I knew nothing about that? Beatrice wondered and wanted to ask her uncle for more details when he continued speaking. "We have company," Uncle Tom told her, jerking his head to point at a carriage that was stationed in front of their house. That instantly made her feel uneasy. Who could that be? She questioned herself. The sheriff? No, it can't be. He wouldn't arrive in a carriage. They did not receive any word for such a long time. She almost completely forgot she was still in danger. Which was rather foolish of her, she understood that now. There is no need to panic in advance, Beatrice, she cautioned herself. It could be fortuitous news or a visitor that was completely unrelated to her, she rationalized. Uncle Tom hurried toward it, to investigate who their mystery visitor was, and Beatrice immediately followed suit, leaving the experienced man to deal with the cattle. Looking back, she would recognize how that was the moment that changed everything for her, yet again. Beatrice just wished she had enough foresight beforehand. It might not change the course of her destiny, mayhap she would not even want such a thing. Yet it would certainly do her no harm. Chapter 16. The carriage was, of course, empty. A rider slept soundly in front so they could only presume that the visitor was already inside the house. Entering, Beatrice was quite surprised to see a man sitting with her aunt, in the receiving room. John Leighton jumped up from his seat the instant he spotted her. Beatrice almost did not recognize him. He was pale, much thinner. Still carrying a walking stick, it appeared as if he aged a great deal since they saw one another last. The day of the funeral, she reminded herself with a slight shudder. "My dear girl," he exclaimed, approaching her with open arms. Mr. Leighton embraced her while Beatrice still looked at him in shock. "John Leighton is here. Why? How?" Then she remembered more than 6 months passed since her parents died, which could only mean she was now by law an heiress. "I was so worried about you," he continued, unaware of her inner monologue. "Thinking the worst possible thing occurred to you." He leaned back ever so slightly so he could look her in the eyes. "You should know I am very cross at you for letting me believe the same ill fate of your parents bestowed onto you as well." "I am terribly sorry, Uncle John," Beatrice replied, finally finding her voice. He scowled at her. "You should have sent word, so I wouldn't worry this much," he chastised. "Very cross indeed," he mumbled at the end. Mostly to himself. Beatrice embraced the poor man. "I'm very sorry for troubling you, Uncle John," Beatrice repeated meekly. At the time, running away seemed like the best option. It still did. Perhaps, though, she should have left something for the chosen few, simply to avoid a situation like this. Of course, he was not her real uncle, not like Uncle Tom was. John Leedon was a very good friend of her late father. Beatrice had known him since she was little and always called him such, which he adored. "I was very afraid someone was after me as well," she continued to explain herself. "And I did not know what else to do but run away." "You should have come to me," he replied sternly, releasing her, to look at her straight in the eyes before continuing. "Your father was my best friend and I always considered you my own daughter." His voice broke at the end, ever so slightly. "I know," Beatrice said softly, feeling rather guilty and not knowing how to make amends. "You are never to do something like this again," he said. She nodded. "Of course." He sighed. "At least you had enough foresight to come here." Beatrice's family, Uncle Tom decided to speak up. "This is her home and we will always be here for her, and protect her." This little speech almost brought tears to her eyes. Beatrice was so blessed to have all these wonderful people that cared about her in her life. "I'm quite pleased to hear that," Mr. Leedon replied. He dragged her toward the seat. "Now, I want you to tell me everything about this new life of yours. Are you well, happy?" he inquired with genuine intent. Beatrice started to tell him everything, with pleasure, about her new skills, new routines, and Uncle John listened intently, chatting now and again, asking additional questions. Uncle Tom and Aunt Claudia talked with him as well, while Elaine remained mostly silent, which was how she usually acted. She preferred to speak only with Beatrice. Eventually, the conversation grew serious again. "Unfortunately, my dear girl, I have no good news for you," Uncle John said with clear sadness in his eyes. "Your parents' killer is still unknown despite my constant inquiries." "Thank you for everything you are doing for me, Uncle John," Beatrice replied, overcome with emotions. "And I apologize for leaving all my father's affairs at your doorstep." John Leedon waved with his hand as if that was of no importance. "He would do the same thing for me," he replied matter-of-factly. The conversation dwindled down after that, clearly. Every person in the room was in some way afflicted by Mr. Leedon's words. "It is getting rather late, so I must excuse myself," Mr. Leedon said sometime later. "I'm staying at the local tavern, the Red Lion." He chuckled. "A rather peculiar name, indeed. But I will come back tomorrow to see you again." "Certainly." "Since 6 months passed from your parents' death and you are ready to accept the inheritance, we must schedule a reading of the will," he explained, and once again Beatrice felt guilty for burdening him in such fashion when he has fallen weak. A part of her was afraid as well. That was a great responsibility, and she didn't know if she was ready for something like that. Her father left everything unto her, yet here she was, living happily in a remote town instead of taking care of what was by birth hers. For now, she did not see another way out of her predicament. Not while an assassin was haunting her. They embraced once more and she watched him get into the carriage with some difficulty and ride away. Beatrice felt rather restless going to bed that evening. She was exhausted from her trip with Uncle Tom. But she could not sleep. Her mind wouldn't allow such a thing. It was good seeing Uncle John after such a long time. He brought with him a sense of home she did not even know she missed, yet a part of her was worried. What if the murderer followed him here? She stressed. What if he is already here? Beatrice felt the urge to rise from her bed and make sure all the windows and doors were locked. Not that it would stop him in any way, she reminded herself. Of course, Beatrice wished for all of this to resolve itself one way or another. She did not want people she cared for to be in any kind of danger. Eventually, her troubled thoughts resulted in troubled dreams, and when morning came, Beatrice was far from rested or wiser, as it appeared. She still did not know what the best course of action for her was. Aunt Claudia looked rather worried, eyeing her during breakfast since Beatrice couldn't stop yawning. "You look like you haven't slept a wink," Auntie observed. That was because she practically hadn't, worrying about everything, yet she refused to share such a thing. "Oh, I was just too excited to sleep." Beatrice forced herself to lie. "Would you care for some more sweet tea?" Aunt Claudia wanted to know. "Or I could make you a fresh batch of cornbread or boiled eggs," she offered. "That would be lovely, thank you," Beatrice replied. Just the way Aunt Claudia previously scrutinized Beatrice, now she did the same to her aunt. Since Beatrice returned, Aunt Claudia hadn't threatened with fainting not once, and it wasn't as if she did not have opportunities. More to the point, she looked happier, and Beatrice was pleased in return that whatever Elaine did actually worked, and in such a short period of time. Uncle Tom chose that moment to join them. After greeting his wife, he turned toward Beatrice. He sat next to her. "What are your plans for today, sweetie?" Beatrice tried really hard to hide her nervousness. "Pay a visit to Uncle John, then maybe ask him to go riding with me. I would like to show him the ranch," she explained while her uncle nodded approvingly. She knew it was a bit childish of her, yet she wished to brag about her new set of skills. After Uncle and Aunt and Elaine, of course. Uncle John was the closest person Beatrice had of a family and was grateful beyond measure he took care of the family affairs while she was away and in hiding. At least she had something to present him, proving that her time in Helena wasn't a waste. "Good," Uncle Tom replied to her after having a bite to eat. "Have a lovely time, sweetie." "Yes, Uncle," Beatrice replied simply. Unfortunately, it was custom as of late for them to be interrupted while having breakfast, and that day did not differ. Jonathan came knocking at their door. "Sir, I believe you should come outside, we have a visitor," he warned. Uncle Tom rose immediately and marched toward the door. Despite her aunt's protest, Beatrice followed him close by, remaining inside the house, watching the scene from the open door. A lone, angry-looking man was riding toward the house, which made Uncle Tom instantly wary. Not wanting to take any chances with a complete stranger, he carried out a gun with himself. And Jonathan stayed very close by, also armed. Sometimes Beatrice forgot where they were, but the men around her never did. She inched even closer once he approached so she could hear the exchange. As he approached, she instantly disliked him, despite the fact that there was no reason for her to do so. Alas! Emotions were never rooted in reason. Still, that did not mean Beatrice would ignore such notions. Over time she learned to trust them, so she would remain on guard. The stranger was dressed all in black and had a nasty scar across his left cheek, from the mouth all the way to the brow, putting his face in a permanent scowl. "Good day," he greeted her uncle cordially, and Beatrice instantly frowned. There was something familiar about his voice. However, she had never seen this man in her entire life. Of that she was completely sure. He stood out, so she would definitely remember him. "Good day," Beatrice's uncle replied, not lowering his gun. "State your business." The other man slowly dismounted, raising both his hands in the air in a universal sign of surrender. "I did not come here looking for trouble, only help," he explained. "Help? Help?" Uncle Tom voiced Beatrice's question. "Yes. My name is Sean Thornton." He moved his jacket so his star could be seen on his belt. "And I am a federal marshal." Hearing that surprised Beatrice. He did not look like a marshal. Although, in all fairness, Beatrice had never seen one before. Her uncle apparently accepted that, so she did as well. "What can I do for you then, Marshal?" Uncle Tom inquired. "I am looking for a man called John Leedon. He was here, yes?" Beatrice instantly became alarmed hearing that name. She rushed outside without a thought. "John Leedon? Is he all right? What happened?" she asked in a rush. "He is a fugitive, Ma'am. Marshal Thornton explained calmly. Those words stopped Beatrice in her tracks. She placed a hand across her heart. That cannot be. A fugitive? Marshal Thornton nodded. He swindled a lot of people, taking their inheritance by changing the wills as if the deceased left everything to him. Beatrice could not believe her ears. Not her Uncle John, every part of her rebelled. He would never. Are you sure? Uncle Tom wanted to know. Yes. Marshall replied simply. Once he learned he was discovered, he fled. Apparently, he came here to do the same with you. He looked at Beatrice saying that. Me? She exclaimed. That was not possible. Uncle John would never do such a thing to her. The notion was ridiculous. This is outrageous. This man lies. Yet, does he? What could possibly be his motive? A part of her argued back. I simply cannot believe it. Beatrice said in exasperation. Can we carry on with this conversation inside? Marshal Thornton inquired. It is a rather delicate matter and I traveled a long way to get to you on time. Of course. Uncle Tom remembered his manners, urging Marshal Thornton toward the house. Once they all entered, Beatrice's aunt appeared with a tray of freshly made sweetened tea, yet she dropped it with a distressed sound because there was a gun pointed at Beatrice's head. Be quiet. Marshal Thornton snapped and Aunt Claudia put both her hands across her mouth, preventing herself from screaming again. Do not even try to raise that gun of yours, or she will be dead quicker than you can say sweet tea. He warned Uncle Tom next, and he obliged. What do you want? Uncle Tom practically growled, getting all red in the face. He lowered his weapon, but Beatrice feared he wouldn't back down so easily. Hand me your gun. He commanded, and not waiting for Uncle Tom to oblige alone grabbed the gun from him. Round up everybody, and be quiet, or else. Uncle Tom remained where he was, and Marshall emphasized his meaning by placing the cold steel against Beatrice's cheek. She shuddered at the contact. Her heart threatened to leave her chest, there was no air in her lungs and her palms were sweaty. Why is this happening? Who is this man? What does he want? Her mind spun like a merry-go-round. Do not harm her. Uncle Tom pleaded. Then do as I say. Eventually, they were all huddled in the kitchen. Tie everyone up. Marshal Thornton instructed and reluctantly Uncle Tom complied. All the women inside the house, apart from Beatrice that Thornton kept close to her side, were soon bound to chairs. Now you, get down on your knees and don't try anything funny or your niece will die. Thornton said to Uncle Tom and once again he gritted his teeth as if he wanted to rebel. Do as he says, Tom, for the love of God. Aunt Claudia pleaded. So, he did, and Marshall approached him and hit him in the head with the handle of a gun. Aunt Claudia screamed. Why are you doing this? Beatrice snapped, not being able to keep herself composed any longer, looking at the unconscious body of her uncle. She wanted to fight him, scream, try to escape. But remaining perfectly still out of fear tormented her. She did not want anything to happen to the people she loved. Not again. Sean Thornton, or whoever this man was, turned toward Beatrice and smiled, showing his yellow teeth and foul breath, making Beatrice sick to her stomach, on top of everything else. I told you I would get you. Girlie. He rasped, and just like that, her world collapsed once again. This was him, the monster from her nightmares in the flesh. He finally made good on his threats and found her, and this time she had no place she could run. Oh no. God help us all. Nathan whistled to himself walking through the main street of Helena. He visited Father Isaiah for a bit and was heading home when Sheriff Duncan stumbled upon him and almost hit him in the process. He looked angry, clutching a piece of paper as if it was the bandit's neck. Nasty business. He mumbled to himself. Sheriff Duncan. Nathan greeted the other man. Who put you in such a foul mood on this grand day? Nathan. Sheriff Duncan replied as a way of greeting him back, his eyes widening like he just spotted the other man despite the near collision. The sheriff was usually calm and a man of few words. Something was troubling him today though, and Nathan hoped this did not mean a group of bandits decided to return to Helena. Bandit troubles? Nathan asked in concern, remembering what happened the last time they had such menace on their hands. Worse. Sheriff grumbled, offering Nathan a crumbled piece of paper. It was a wanted poster. A hired assassin. Nathan's brow rose. An assassin? Yes, Mr. O'Connor thinks he spotted him yesterday. The sheriff explained while Nathan read what it said. A wanted murderer, Sean Thornton, from New York. New York? Nathan instantly became alarmed, remembering a conversation he had with Beatrice. He was immediately compelled to pay her a visit, even though he was sure that was only his paranoia speaking to him and nothing more. I will keep a closer eye for this man as well, Nathan said to the sheriff, already walking away. By the time he reached his horse, he was practically running. Nathan jabbed his horse and he was off galloping with such speed he resembled a demon from hell on a hunt. It was probably nothing, just a figment of your imagination, he tried to reason with himself, yet everything inside of him shouted Miss Beatrice was in danger. He couldn't explain to himself how he knew, yet the feeling was overwhelming. And apparently making me act like a madman, he thought to himself. He refused to slow down. Reaching the house, he purposely approached from the side he would least likely be spotted. Dismounting, he circled it slowly, peeking through the windows. Blast! He cursed. Nathan was right. The man from the wanted poster was inside the house holding everyone at gunpoint. Instantly, Nathan saw red. He was going to end that worm's life with his bare hands because nobody threatened his Beatrice. Realizing he needed a plan, he moved away from the house even if it was the most painful thing he did in his entire life, in search for Jonathan and another armed man. I will be back for you, Beatrice, he promised. I will save you, my love. Beatrice refused to cry, even though she was petrified. She tried really hard to force the panic back down so she could think again. The only way she could help her family was to stall a little, buy them a little time so someone could notice something was wrong. Or so she hoped. Her fate was sealed, that much was clear. Beatrice prayed to the heavens everybody else would survive. You are a disgusting monster, and I hope you'll rot in hell for what you did to my parents, Beatrice snapped at Thornton who laughed in return. I will so enjoy killing you, he said, getting into her face. But first I will have a little bit of fun since you made me come all this way, he threatened. Do your worst, Beatrice replied defiantly. She was done being afraid, she was done being scared. Suddenly there was a bell tolling, that made everyone pay more attention to what was happening on the outside rather than on the inside, which Beatrice found a bit funny. Not actually funny, simply dripping with irony. Fire! Fire! They could hear men shouting next. Fire? Uncle Tom said in alarm. Do not move, Thornton warned, inching toward the window, dragging Beatrice alongside him. He peeked through the window and in that moment armed men came into the house. Beatrice was never that happy in her entire life to see Nathan Walsh's determined face. Nathan! She exclaimed too late, realizing her mistake. Thornton turned in alarm, but Nathan was upon him, and pushing Beatrice out of the way, they fought. Nathan managed to smack the gun out of his hands, and they engaged in a fist fight. The crook was a good fighter, but Nathan took no time to subdue him. Nathan breathed hard as he picked Thornton up from the floor and pushed him into Jonathan's waiting arms, who tied him up. Thornton was bloody and barely conscious, yet still alive, which was more than he deserved. Beatrice rose shakily to her feet, but a fall injured her ankle. The men untied everyone, and Elaine came to Beatrice immediately to give her a hug. It was a chaos of activity inside the Fosters' kitchen. But the threat was obliterated quickly. Aunt Claudia took care of Uncle Tom, and he regained consciousness, which made Beatrice breathe more easily, seeing he only got mildly injured. Nathan rushed to Beatrice's side. "Are you all right, Beatrice?" he asked, his voice shaking with unsaid emotions. Elaine moved ever so slightly, giving them privacy. "I knew you would come," Beatrice replied, in the same manner, and despite all decorum or reason, she embraced him. "Praise the heavens I arrived in time." He breathed into her hair. The front door opening again was what broke them apart. Ben came inside, pushing another man in with him. John Leedon fell to the ground. "I found him lurking about," Ben explained. John Leedon looked at the assembly in front of him, first at Beatrice, standing between Elaine and Nathan, and then at Thornton, who was bound in the corner. "The deed is not done?" he exclaimed, starting to get mad. No, this is not how it was supposed to happen," he ranted to himself. Beatrice was overcome with all sorts of emotions, realizing everything in an instant. There was some truth in Thornton's words. Leedon was trying to get all the inheritance, he just simply wanted everyone dead first. "Why?" she managed to choke out, pleading to the broken man in front of her. "Why would you do such a thing? You were supposed to be my father's best friend," Beatrice shouted, losing all composure. John Leedon simply continued to stare at her, mumbling to his beard, angry his plan did not work. Thornton started laughing and Beatrice turned to look at him. "Isn't it obvious, girlie? We did it for the money." Epilogue. Beatrice Foster tugged on her pair of white gloves, making sure they stayed tight, and they did. She was gazing upon herself in a mirror. Wearing a light rose wine dress paired with her mother's white gloves she managed to bring with herself from New York to Helena, and a pearl necklace which was a gift from Nathan, she thought she looked just right. "You look marvelous," Aunt Claudia exclaimed next to her, helping Elaine fix Beatrice's hair, and she smiled in return. "Thank you, Auntie." She still could not quite fathom how she got here after everything that happened, yet here she was, preparing for her wedding day. After that horrible day, when one of her father's best friends tried to kill her, with a little help from an assassin, as he did her parents, the truth was completely revealed. John Leedon was a compulsive gambler buried in debt. Once he became desperate enough because he owed an immense amount of money to some rather shady men, he devised a plan to take over Benjamin Foster's newspaper. Unfortunately, Benjamin decided to leave everything to his only child, Beatrice, so John wanted to wed her in order to solve his problems. Yet that plan proved to be futile as well. In his mind, the ultimate act of violence was the only solution, and everything was going according to his plan up until the point Beatrice ran away. He got quite mad searching for her. Luckily, Beatrice had a guardian angel that saved her once again. This time, the angel was in the form of one quite unique and sometimes infuriating rancher, Nathan Walsh. Beatrice could not quite pinpoint when she started seeing him in a different light or grew affectionate toward him, yet it happened. He showed her in a lot of small ways he was a kind and most importantly a good man, that would care for her, cherish her forever, which was a blessing since she felt the same way. The day he asked her to marry him was one of the happiest of her life. Ada E. came to the Thunderbolt Ranch to check up on her after the incident and they rode off together. Eventually, they ended up on that same cliff where he took her after that drunken man attacked her. It was quite obvious he was nervous for some reason, struggling with words which Beatrice found endearing since it never happened before, yet she waited patiently for him to collect his thoughts. "There is something on my mind," he started eventually, "and I feel compelled to share it with you." "Of course, you can tell me everything," Beatrice tried to reassure him as her heart jumped inside her chest. "I know you will not stay here, now that those men are punished for what they did to your family, since your life is in New York, but the thing is..." He paused nearing her, to take both her hands in his. "I do not want you to leave. I want you to stay with me. Even though I realize how selfish I sound, I want you by my side. To be my wife. Because I love you, Beatrice. I love you and I fear I always will." His words brought tears into her eyes and she sniffled ever so slightly. I too have something to share with you. Beatrice started, and if her beginning confounded him, Nathan did not show it. I spoke with Uncle Tom and he agreed to help me find someone who could run the paper instead of me. Since I have no intention of leaving Helena. Beatrice looked Nathan straight in the eyes. I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to expect this would happen, yet I hoped, perhaps someday. She squeezed his hands as if to emphasize her words. I want to stay with you as well. Nathan's whole face lit up, clearly overcome with emotion. That means... Yes. I will be your wife. Beatrice interrupted him. He laughed out loud from joy, embracing her, and she joined him. Finally feeling lightness inside her heart. Once they parted, they shared their first kiss before returning to the Thunderbolt Ranch to share their joyous news with everybody. Shall we? Uncle Tom inquired, snapping her from her reverie, and Beatrice nodded in return. I have a surprise for you, he added casually. Indeed? Beatrice replied, brightly. I do love surprises. Uncle Tom smiled, bringing her outside, and Beatrice exclaimed from joy, seeing who was waiting for her outside. Marigold. She cried out, embracing one of her closest and dearest friends. Beatrice could not believe she was standing in front of her. How? When? She struggled to express her excitement. I must care for you a great deal, since I would not attempt such a journey for anybody else, Marigold announced in her usual manner. I'm so happy you are here with me, Beatrice replied quite emotionally. Of course I am here, Elaine sent word just in time. I couldn't let you wed without me. You missed mine, but I have no intention of returning the favor. You are a true friend, Beatrice said honestly. Indeed, I am, Marigold replied, and they both laughed, embracing once again. After greeting her husband, Captain Archer, and sharing a few words with him, Beatrice spotted her soon-to-be husband, and her delicate heart did a little happy dance as always upon seeing him. He was giving her space so she could share a few moments with her friends, and she was grateful for that. They met halfway and he greeted her with a kiss. I knew there was a lady hidden behind all that dirt and rag, he jested, referring to what he told her not so long ago at a dinner party. This time, Beatrice laughed. Nathan had a very unique sense of humor, and once she got to know him, she discovered how wrong she was about him from the start. You look beautiful, my love, he complimented. Are you ready to become Mrs. Walsh? No, but I am going to do it anyway, she jested back, and he laughed wholeheartedly. Taking her head, they rode to the town's church where they exchanged their vows. It was a lovely ceremony which was followed by a celebration at the old oak ranch, which was Beatrice's new home. Now and forever. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.